Okay, I think the deadline for amendments is passed. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone tonight. This is the 11th meeting of the 27th Council. Will come to order. All councilors are present this evening. We'll move on to a moment of silence, followed by the pledge in English and in Spanish. Okay. Please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. So we're putting it up on the screen, so if anyone wants to join in and brush up on your Spanish or your English, you're more than welcome. So now, Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain your parking pass from the council staff at the table near the entrance of the chambers. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams throughout 4 different platforms: GovTV, on Comcast Channel 16, and the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, and computers. Also, this meeting is closed caption. You may enable the closed captioning services on your device and television at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time at the City Council's website. City staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this week, the whole week we're taking it, this evening, if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be civil and respectful as possible, so please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or snapping or other outbursts during the meeting. The president will provide anyone causing a disruption. Makes sense. No, they'll provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption. Upon the second and continuous disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, security will be asked to escort the person out of the chambers. Such removal from the council chambers will be effective for the remainder of that meeting. If continued disruption occur, the president may recess the meeting until order is restored, and, if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in that disturbance. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are respectful of one another. At this time, we will have any questions for the administration, councilors. I think we're all saving them for later. Awesome. We're good. Madam President, we do have one presentation from Ms. Turner, the DMD Director, who will provide us an update on the Vulnerable Road Users campaign and efforts. Ms. Turner, you are looking different.
Council
I'm
President.
not complaining, but we're good. So, okay, just noting.
Okay. Council President and Council Champagne, we have our Deputy Director, Jorge,
Perfect.
to do the presentation.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, council members. Yes, my name is Jorge Gonzalez. I'm Deputy Director with Municipal Development. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to provide you with a monthly update on our traffic safety educational campaign. Next slide, please. Just a refresher on our traffic code updates. Flashing pedestrian beacons require drivers to stop and remain stopped until people finish crossing. And of course, we ask vulnerable road users to cross safely. Right now, the public education efforts continue expanding traffic safety awareness citywide, which brings us to our main point, which is, next slide, Garrett, please, the development of the Spanish-speaking companion campaign, Stop para Todos. This one right here says, cada esquina es un cruce peatonal, esté pintado o no, los conductores deben detenerse. This is our every corner is a crosswalk message translated for our Spanish-speaking audience. Next slide, Garrett. If you were, in the spirit of the campaign, I would like to provide some of the highlights in a manner that can be captured by our intended audience. La campaña Stop para Todos fue creada como el complemento de la campaña Stop for Everyone e incluye un sitio web en español, cabq.gov/stop -para-todos. También incluye desarrollo de videos y materiales informativos en español y coordinación de difusión comunitaria a través de Telemundo, Estrella TV y radiodifusoras en español. Esta campaña apoya los esfuerzos de comunicación y accesibilidad de materia de seguridad pública. And I'm just letting our Spanish-speaking audience know that we have a dedicated website, cabq.gov/stop para todos, which includes videos and educational materials in Spanish. And we are also coordinating outreach with Telemundo, Estrella TV, and Spanish-speaking radio stations. Next slide, please, Garrett. We've also translated all of our assets and dubbed the audiovisual ones with Spanish-speaking voice actors where appropriate, and used subtitles in some instances to preserve the core message, such as Kayla's story. Our intent with this companion campaign is to increase the number of folks that can learn about not only the traffic code updates, but traffic safety in general. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with this update.
Assistant Director, thank you very much for that.
Appreciate it.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for the update, and I just wanted to, for all the public, I know we have a lot of folks watching and in the audience, this is extremely, extremely important that even if you're seeing these commercials or seeing this on our social media, that you please share them, share the information out. This, in May alone, we've had 4 people struck by cars. We had May 11th, Robert Montoya, that was on Carlisle and Claremont. May 13th, we had a gentleman struck and killed on Lomas near Wantabo. An e-scooter rider was hit, and then another one on Acoma and Eubank on May 16th. So even with this campaign, we are still seeing things in the community that we need. And thank you to APD. I know you really, really acted fast on the Robert Montoya incident and did make an arrest. And so I just want to say to the public, please share this information and watch for vulnerable road users, because in May alone, we've already had 4 folks hit and killed in our city. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Madam President, that concludes proclamations and presentations.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. So we are now on to the journal. I move approval of the May 4th June journal.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, same motion. Motion carries. We are now on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? EC 146, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 146 on tonight's agenda. EC 146 is a recommendation of award for audit services. Second. There's a motion, a second by Councilor Grout. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Councilor Grout.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of pulling R24 out of the Finance and Government Operations Committee and placing it on the June 1st, 2026 Council agenda for action. R24 is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the City of Albuquerque by supplementing current grant appropriations and approving new projects.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries unanimously. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R31 on tonight's agenda for action. R31 is appropriating funds within the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to support Juneteenth activities.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Did everyone raise their hand? Yes. Okay. Motion carries. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Madam President, R32, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R32 on tonight's agenda for action. R32 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds from the Youth Climate Action Fund and providing an appropriation to the Environmental Health Department beginning in fiscal year 2027.
There's a motion second by Counselor Grout for R32. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Counselor Feeblecorn.
I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R34 on tonight's agenda for action. R34 is amending the adopted capital implementation program of the City of Albuquerque by supplementing current grant appropriations and approving a new project for affordable housing.
There's a motion second by Counselor Grout for R34. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Counselor, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I make a motion to remove R36, and that's adjusting the fiscal year 2026 operating appropriations for certain funds and programs.
There's a motion second by Counselor Grout for R36. All those in favor
Counselor
say...
Pena, was that a rule suspension, Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I thought he read it wrong. Okay.
I did read it wrong.
He's had a tough day. Okay, for a rule suspension of R36, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So with that, I move approval of the letter of introduction. There's a motion second by Counselor Grout for approval of the letter of introduction. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Reports of committee. Counselor Lewis.
Madam President, the Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, May 11th. Reports out the following items. EC 95, 98, 101 approved. EC 102, 107 be noted. 031, R16, R22, R25 do pass. R20, 025 that they do pass as amended. R29 that it be without recommendation as amended. 024 that it be without recommendation. I move to accept the committee report.
There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Say no, say motion. Motion carries. Counselor Grout.
Madam President, the Committee of the Whole met on Thursday, May 14th, 2026, and reports out the following items. In the matter of R17, that do pass as substituted as amended and be acted upon at the meeting at which it is reported. In the matter of R28, that it do pass as substituted as amended and be acted upon at the meeting in which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Now we are on to deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Councilor Grout.
Madam President, EC 126 is approval of the first supplemental agreement to add funds for outside counsel legal services between Mayoral, Sperling, and the City of Albuquerque. I move a deferral to June 1st.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Councilor Bassan for a deferral to June 1st of EC 126. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. We are now on to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? For those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne for the consent agenda. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. There are no announcements this evening. We are now on financial instruments. There are none. Appeals, we have none this evening. Now we are on to general public comments. So, Mr. Cornelius, would you please call our first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is James Freeman, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Yeah.
Did you go through this?
I didn't read it? Oh, I apologize. So members of the public can provide live public comments on comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant will have 1 minute to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting, and there is a 1 minute time limit that's been in other areas as well, and the bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Cornelius, can you please call the name of the first speaker that you already did?
James Freeman, followed by Tad Nemiski. Thank you, Madam President.
Good evening, y'all. Madam President, I am James Freeman from District 4. I will be speaking in my official capacity as the Secretary of HopeWorks Board of Directors tonight. I'm speaking in strong support of the R2617 committee substitute. This includes an additional $100,000 for our day shelter. These needed funds will ensure that HopeWorks sustains the services that it provides to an average of 300 homeless and near homeless people each day. Many of these folks are suffering from substance use disorders and other mental health disorders. These services are offered Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The day shelter also serves as a vital drop-off and pickup connection point for the Gateway West shelter. I remember the first time I walked into the day shelter as a homeless person over a decade ago, and how that shelter dramatically changed my life. For me and others, it provides a safe, semi-structured, substance-free space out of the elements. You can feel safe because there is round-the-clock security present. No weapons are allowed inside the gate. You can feel love and compassion because the incredible staff who work there are always in a positive mood. From Director Julie DeSanti to Greg and the security guards, they treat everyone with love, kindness, and respect. Thank you.
Tad Nemiski, followed by Francesco Artist.
Excuse me. My name is Ted Niemiecki. Well, 2 minutes is for a reason. That's why we have limit for 30 people speaking on all general public comments. Now let's talk about homeless people. Not all homeless people are bad people. Are victims of so many reasons. I don't have time to go over. But including discrimination, banking, housing, etc., etc. Banking, discriminating, credit cards, and so on. Thank you.
Francesco Artist, followed by Mike Dillander.
Overhead, please. In addition to wrongly being denied my right to speak at previous city council meetings, this governing body, in capricious, arbitrary, malicious violation to freedom of speech, engages in preferred speech while suppressing unpopular speech. In spite of City Commissioner Holmes being shot at by a political adversary, a previous city councilor currently running for governor was doxxed by his political opponent by having the location of his family homes posted on her campaign website. Harmful, violent speech is a line that should never be crossed. Recklessly walking around Albuquerque with the severed head of a sitting president is not only disgusting, should be held to a higher standard and accountable to the fullest extent of the law. I now submit further written notice for every city council.
Mike Dillander, followed by Heidelisa Schultz.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Dillander, and I support the bill R014. not because I lack compassion for people experiencing homelessness, but because I believe our city must move towards real solutions instead of allowing dangerous and unhealthy encampments to continue growing in front of businesses and public spaces. Albuquerque is beginning to create programs that do more than simply provide temporary shelter. We now have organizations focused on workforce training, financial education, recovery support, and permanent housing opportunities. This gives people a true second chance. This bill is not about criminalizing homelessness. It's about encouraging movement towards services, stability, and long-term support, while also protecting local businesses, employees, and the community. I believe we can lead with both accountability and empathy, and I ask you to please support this bill.
Heidi Lisa Schultz, followed by Ricky Lovato.
Good evening, Madam President. My name is Heidi Lisa Schultz, Heidi Schultz. I am the Chief Executive Officer of HopeWorks. I just want to echo our board secretary, James Freeman, that the additional $100,000 funds that you all amended at the last council meeting as committee of the whole to please provide that funding for our organization. We serve precariously housed and housed members of our community who are suffering from mental health and addictions, and the $100,000 additional funding would sustain our day shelter to continue to provide an average of 300 people each and every day, Monday through Friday. And it also serves as a pickup and drop-off points for the city's Gateway West 4 times a day, Monday through Friday. Thank you. Please adopt this bill to support our organization. Thank you.
Ricky Lovato, followed by Sheila Valdez.
Hello, thank you, Councilman. I'm a servant at Gateway West. I believe that the unhoused people deserve more than judgment. They deserve opportunity. When someone is living in poverty, struggling with substance misuse, and camping next to a business and parks, it is easy for society to only see the problem. But behind the situation is a human being who may need a real chance to better themselves. As a person in recovery, I know that hopelessness can be a cycle. But I also know that when people are connected in treatment centers, shelters, housing programs, and supportive services, they have a better opportunity to rebuild their lives. Stability gives them room to think, heal, work, recover, and become a productive member of society. We cannot expect people to change while leaving them stuck in the survival mode. If we want a safer community and stronger people, we have to invest in pathways out of hopelessness, not just punish people for being there. Thank you.
Sheila Valdez, followed by Malik Swain.
Hi, Council. I'm speaking on 014 on the homelessness. I'm speaking from lived experience, and I'm asking that you just pass this bill for the homelessness and that you just give them a chance to give us more funding or open more recovery homes to support these people that are out there to rebuild, to recover, to get stable housing, to help them recapture their lives back, because I was once one of them persons, and now I live today to help people that are out there and to reach back for everyone that's left behind. I ask that you just please give them a chance. Thank you.
Malik Swain, followed by Jonathan Segura.
Good evening, Councilman, Councilwomen. I provide services at Gateway West regularly, and I stand on the fact supporting Bill 014 that we're not here to criminalize homelessness. We're not here to punish people for being poor, displaced, addicted, mentally ill, or caught in the middle of a hard season. Homelessness is not the crime. The crisis is the issue. But we also cannot ignore what is happening in front of us. We cannot close our eyes while sidewalks become camps, businesses struggle to operate, while families feel unsafe walking through public spaces, and while people experiencing homelessness are left outside with no structure, no direction, and no real support. The Bill 014 is not about punishing people away or pushing people away. The bill is about pushing the system to respond. It says that sleeping outside of businesses blocking sidewalks and camping in public walkways cannot be the final answer and is inhumane. That is not dignity, that is not safety, that is not the solution. We need order, but we also need outreach. Thank you.
Jonathan Segura, followed by Manny Quinones.
Good evening, Council. Being unhoused isn't just about not having a place to sleep. It's a serious health crisis. Without stable shelter, people are exposed to extreme weather, lack proper hygiene, lose sleep, and face higher risks of illness, injury, and mental health struggles. Finding support changed everything for me. It gave me hope, stability, and the strength to keep going when life felt impossible. Getting a job wasn't another turning point because it gave purpose, routine, and the ability to start building a better future. For the first time, I felt like I was moving forward instead of just surviving. Support helped me believe in myself, and work gave me the chance to prove I could succeed. Together, those experiences show something important. People need more than just a place to stay. They need support, opportunity, and a real chance to rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Manny Quinones, followed by Marianne Maselli.
Good evening. There was a time in my life when I was in a dark place. No direction, no stability, and no sense of who I was or where I was going. Like so many other people here in Albuquerque who are struggling with addiction, who are unhoused, unemployed, and fighting battles most never see. I felt completely alone. I didn't have a support system. I didn't have a plan. And honestly, I didn't have much hope left. What changed my life was a combination of things: God, sobriety, dedication, and support from people who genuinely cared about my recovery. For the first time in a long time, I was surrounded by people who didn't judge me, who didn't give up on me, and who believed I could rebuild my life even when I didn't believe in myself. Today, I'm proud to say I'm sober, I'm working full-time, and I'm attending CNM during my associate's degree. A few years ago, I couldn't imagine saying that. Now it's my reality. And it shows that when you commit to change and you're surrounded by real support, your whole life can shift. If my story provides anything, it's that people don't fail because they're broken. They fail because they're alone. And we honor people by helping them rebuild their lives and not letting them live and suffer in public places that were never meant to be homes.
Marianne Maselli, followed by Chancey Barber.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me. I have worked in the field of the homelessness, the unhoused, those who are the most vulnerable. Prior to the pandemic, we did have a whole bunch of folks that were in situations where they were facing mental health issues that looked very much like just addiction. We have, since the pandemic, have learned that it's not just one or the other. And when folks are unhoused and they're resorting to going to encampments, they need sustainable, long-term, positive solutions that's going to provide them with the ability to have something that is everlasting. I run a very successful women's recovery home, and I can tell you that we're privately funded. It is a struggle sometimes, and these folks need to have some place to go. I urge you to please help us get the folks off the streets, but find a sustainable, positive, long-term outcome so that they can have a good life. Thank you.
Chancey Barber, followed by Daniel Fairbanks. Daniel Fairbanks, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel. I had something a little longer I was going to speak, but since I got a minute, I'm going to get straight to the point. It's so logical. Housing funds matter because they save lives, restore dignity, and give people a real chance to build, to rebuild as well. I know this because I'm living proof. With the stability I'm getting, the structure and support, it can do wonders, and something's happening to me, and that's opportunity. And I'm getting my dignity back from it. I ask you to continue supporting these programs and the funding behind it, because they're not just a Band-Aid. This is a real solution for help break the cycle of homelessness and addiction and create a safer, stronger future for people like me and the city. Thank you very much, and make it a great day. God bless.
Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Liz Ortiz.
May I please give this for each of the counselors? My name is Dr. Lisa Christofferson. What you are receiving is a report that was generated by about 30 different organizations that we met on Saturday. Coalition for Homeless Safer Streets in Albuquerque. Thank you to our city councilors who were able to join us. What we were focusing on was what is working in Albuquerque. And there are lots of organizations that are working to give direct services, but what we are finding is we do not have places to put people, and $500 a fine or 30 days in jail is not compassionate. Yes, we want people off the streets. Here's what we have found, we are finding from our experts. This is our data. The report that we put together is empirically based, is research based, has several different, many of you asked us to compare to different cities. We've compared to Denver, to Houston, to Phoenix. They are not, Denver tried the zone thing and they ended up with more excessive force. So criminalization in Bernalillo County costs $169 per night, up to $450 per night for people with mental health needs. Yes, we want to get people off the street, but we don't have places to put them yet. Noonday is they're losing their fun day by June 30. Where are we gonna put people? Yes, we need them off the streets, but where are you gonna put them?
Liz Ortiz, followed by Liz Canfield. Liz Canfield, followed by Christopher Anderson. Christopher Anderson, followed by Courtney Montoya.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Anderson, and I'm here speaking from experience, lived experience. There was a time in life where I was homeless with a child. Knowing what it feels like to be scared, stressed, and trying to survive while still being a parent, trying to hold everything together. Most people don't know that experience. During this time, I wish there was more people and programs focused on real help, not just temporary solutions, but recovery, treatment, mental health support, and guidance to help people truly get back on their feet. That's why I stand here proudly behind the vision of this bill and what it represents. From my understanding, this is creating a pathway for people that is experiencing homelessness to receive support, structure, treatment, and opportunities to recover and get off the street safely. People think homelessness is just strictly about housing, but it's more than that. It's addiction, it's trauma, it's mental health, and it's survival. Why do I know? Because I've lived it. So thank you, guys.
Courtney Montoya, followed by Danae Weishun.
Madam President, council members, I would like to remind you all that crimes against humanity have no temporal or jurisdictional limitations on prosecution when it comes to international law. We are standing at the crux of a genocide of the poorest among us, where inhumanity and carcerality reign supreme. The Grants Pass decision greenlighted an era of crimes against humanity. The ACLU reported that in the past year, cities across the country have introduced over 320 bills criminalizing unhoused people, nearly 220 which have passed. The veracity in which our city amplified sanctioned violence against our communities has been telling. ProPublica published a text exchange between Keller and former Chief Medina where language of a plan to hammer the unhoused was revealed. This winter, I filmed Waste Management taking a hammer to someone's improvised pallet shelter during a sweep outside of healthcare for the homeless, their cherished belongings and family photos strewn about. Sanitation workers historically have battled for higher wages. Workers yield power. I cede to Danae. Please help her.
Danae Weishun, followed by Miss Nene.
Good evening, President, councilors. My name is Danae. I spoke at the last meeting about my situation concerning receiving a 30-day termination notice and also expressed my disappointment with Mayor Keller for his inattention and intentional oversight of me when I was trying to ask about how to schedule a meeting with him. I have since been contacted by Charlie, Abby, and Tanisha, all who were very understanding and able to offer me some assistance to make moving a bit easier. With combined efforts, I was able to locate a property that fit my needs, although it was no easy task, and I'm still in the application process with only 2 weeks left in my current spot. My biggest obstacle now is finding a way to transfer my belongings from one place to the other, seeing as how my main transportation is walking in the bus. I need to know if there are resources available to support me in getting my belongings to my new spot. I have worked very hard to not lose my voucher and get everything else in order. Please advise on this last hurdle I have to get over so we can confidently cross this finish line together. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we call the next speaker, I think it sounds like you guys reached out to her and were able to assist her. It seems like she has another hurdle that she's trying to get over, so if you guys can reach out to her once again, I appreciate it.
Yes, Madam President, I was looking for our Director of Triple H, but absolutely, we will reach out.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, I believe it was actually Councilor Rogers.
Madam President,
Oh,
that
he's
reached out
there.
and took
He's
care
got
of
it.
Yep.
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm glad we were able to assist.
Miss Nene, followed by Melinda Montoya. Melinda Montoya, followed by Julie Young.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council President Pena and members of the council. My name is Melinda Montoya, and I just wanted to speak briefly about roadway safety and the broader trend that we've been seeing in Albuquerque this year. While the recent back-to-back crashes and fatalities have been absolutely deeply tragic and painful for me personally and for our entire community, but we have also started to see indications from crash data that the investments in education, enforcement, safer roadway designs have been helping us move in the right direction. And that progress really matters because roadway safety improvements do not only protect cyclists or pedestrians, they protect everyone on the road, including drivers, families, children, emergency responders, and they help reduce safer streets, reduce trauma, healthcare costs, long-term disability, and loss within our community. As someone who lost my daughter in a roadway crash less than a year ago, I know these conversations are not abstract, and the work that's happening now really matters to families across Albuquerque. So I encourage you to continue building on this momentum, maintaining roadway safety as a long-term public health priority, and thank you, all of you.
Julie Young, followed by Debbie Reynolds.
My name is Julie. I'm the shelter director for Hope Works. I'm responsible for feeding 300 to 350 people a day. We find it really difficult to continue doing so without financial assistance, so we really need this $100,000 funding so that we can continue feeding the homeless population, people with disabilities, those that are experiencing physical and mental issues. So just want to advocate for Hope Works. Thank you.
Debbie Reynolds, followed by Althea Atherton. Althea Atherton, followed by Grace Dukes.
Can I get overhead, please? Okay, Madam Chair, Madam President, I want to share, there we go. I want to share this. This is called the Safe Systems Pyramid. It is something that public health experts have generated and created to show interventions when it comes to street safety and their efficacy. On this side here, you can see the amount of individual effort that is required for that change to take place and be effective. And over here is kind of on the other direction, the amount of impact that population health can have based on these various changes. And as you can see, education is one of those things that requires a lot of individual help and not as much impact as changing the built environment might be or other latent safety measures. So I encourage you, as we are talking about street safety today, remember this pyramid, think about this pyramid, and make sure that your public health impact is the greatest impact that you can. Thank you very much, and thank you to Councilor Rogers for lifting up the names of the people we lost this week. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by David Matthew Ellis.
I'm here to inform you that the people of, sorry, I'll wait. I'm here to inform you that the people of Albuquerque have lost our faith in things getting better. Wages stay the same while prices across the board continue to rise and more of our tax dollars are used for genocide. And right here in our backyard, our tax dollars are being misused by this mayor. He is using them to line his pockets and oversaturate our streets with police. We need higher wages. We need investment in your people. All we see are vote after vote to keep things the way they are and keep us hurting. Standing up here right now, I think about Ronald Reagan's infamous quote about the 9 most dangerous words in the English language. I can think of 9 scarier words than I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And those words are, I worked all day and can't feed my family. People in our city are saying that right now as I'm up here, as some and their kids go hungry, and yet those words are not treated with the same urgency and level as Ronald Reagan's. Why is that?
David Matthew Ellis, followed by SOS on 4th.
Thank you very much. I want to say that I missed out on a few things on the last meeting. We started that meeting out with the guns and the violence of the guns over the last 3 or 4 years, which was horrific. It was disgusting. It was despicable. But that was utilized to go ahead and ram up a campaign to go ahead and push this bill through to take people off the streets, failing to realize that those guns were owned by permitted gun owners that don't live downtown and aren't homeless. So why do we utilize the gun information to talk about the safety that the homeless are causing a threat to? No, homeless is the recidivism. We're the in and out. We're the overnighters. Your long-term statistically is neighbors. They make raids at homes for the most part. So I think the whole push towards guns and us being responsible for it is wrong. As SOS on 4th, the next speaker, I continue on to say that we have, I don't know why I'm still beeping. I was the next speaker, SOS on 4th. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
SOS on 4th, downtown's
Sir.
longest running street performer.
Sir, your time is up. Are you signed
Right,
up as
the next
chief?
speaker is SOS on 4th, ma'am, and you're taking my time. So I'm SOS on
You signed up
4th. So at SOS on 4th, downtown's longest running street, I wear different caps in this neighborhood as you possibly do too. It's ridiculous, I have to explain that. So at SOS on 4th, the downtown's longest running street performer, I definitely think it's ridiculous that we're trying to scrape our streets of wrongdoing, but we're going at the wrong angle. I believe we need to promote downtown more as a entertainment, an arts and entertainment district, where maybe it's more harsh on the crimes committed down there as a solution, because we need some type of recognition that downtown's different from just what it's known to be, because that's not the representation, especially when it's people coming downtown creating that representation. So it's wrong to just continue to pound on downtown. We have an absent mayor who doesn't make contact with the homeless, especially, and does his part to, and I say that as being part of his first campaign when he was up at Winnings Coffee doing the rail runner, promoting that. I was co-founder of Two-Way Street ABQ.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. And so next time it's a strict rule, 1 minute per person. We won't allow that to happen, but we will not allow that to happen again. So thank you so much.
How does my rights get taken?
Thank you so much, sir.
Without a vote?
James Shanley, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Madam Chair and councilors, I choose to believe that this city council wishes to act to improve our city by solving problems. That will not be realized by passing measures that superficially help or comfort some by punishing others. You cannot hide the dreadful affliction of homelessness in Albuquerque by passing ordinances like O-2614 that sweep people to further trauma and damage or criminalize them, the most vulnerable in our population. The consequence of this will increase the long-term cost to our community. If people are refusing services for years, it is past time to study how they are being asked and by whom. The citizens of Albuquerque need and expect you to engage with each other to enact win-win legislation, not an endless cycle of 5-4 votes delivering win-lose outcomes, because ultimately the latter will make all residents of Albuquerque losers. Thank you.
Break Jonesy, followed by Let's Otvo.
Madam President, councilors, first off, I want to start by saying thank you for having your staff work with me this morning. And, you know, not everything is what it seems. But just moving on past that, you know, I hear a lot of people talking about the homeless situation. You know, I myself have been homeless in the past. I've been fortunate enough to have some folks help me out along the way. But it seems that when someone reaches out and helps you up, here comes the government to knock them back down. Seems that's been the practice in the past. It seems like that's going to always be the practice, and I'm very happy to see more and more people speaking out, vigilant against government tyranny, because that's what it is. But I will speak solely on the basis of police most of the time, because a lot of times that's where it comes from. It comes from misunderstandings of the law that you personally have passed through ordinances. Your ordinances tend to be right on that border where it can be misunderstood. And then the police officer says, oh, that means I can violate his rights.
Thank
Beauty, we have our rights.
Let's Otvo.
Madam President, council members, let's speak about the law a little bit. I think I brought it to your attention over a year ago that the police officers have not signed their oath as the law dictates. Article 20, Section 1 of the New Mexico Constitution. I understand that you folks have signed an oath. I understand that there's some other folks that have signed their oath. Why aren't the police signing their oath? We look at this law that the police are supposed to enforce. Why are the sheriffs required to sign an oath? And I have sheriffs signed oaths, like your signed oaths. Is it that you guys are the final hook? Because you're breaking the law, and I'm putting you all on notice.
Please direct your comments to the
I love to
president.
file federal lawsuits. And you're breaking the law. I'm not going to take it from the good people here. I'm going to take it from the insurance company that you guys either don't pay premiums to or try to avoid a different way. But
Thank
you're
you,
going to
sir.
be held accountable.
Madam President, Janice Herrera, Sarah Azibo are not able to be located on Zoom, and Janet Sayers was having some technical issues and withdrew her name, so that concludes general public comments.
Thank you so much. So we are now on.
Madam
Oh,
President?
I'm so sorry.
I thought you were online.
Oh, okay.
Sarah Azibo.
Hey, Sarah.
Thank
You're
you.
in person.
I am, it's rare, yes. Good evening, Council President and Councilors. I appreciate you being here tonight. From conversations with city officials, the city's pathway for an unhoused person requires multiple moves in under 1 year's time for somebody who has substance use disorder. Stability is defined by the Cambridge Dictionary as a situation in which something is not likely to move or shift. This is contrary to stability. Asking someone to move from the streets to possibly an SOS at Gateway West, then into Gateway West, then to Gateway Gibson, then to Gateway Recovery Center, then magically into self-sufficient housing and employment. Although requiring less moves than displacements by APD, this does not create stability. It also lacks regular programming and opportunities for people to connect with employers, develop job skills along the way, and continue their education. Please invest in housing. That will be a better solution and cheaper. Another topic, I have learned through research that several years have gone by before APD officers have received training in harm reduction and de-escalation. Can you please look into this and see who is accountable to hold APD accountable? Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment. So we are now on to approvals. EC 142, Mayor's appointment of Jeremy Schmidt to the Joint Air Quality Board. I move confirmation. There's a second by Councilor Grout. Is there anyone signed up to speak?
Madam.
Yes, we have one speaker signed up.
Okay, if you can call up that speaker, and Councilor Grout has recused himself. Lewis, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Debbie Lozano signed up to speak. It appears Debbie is not present, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments? With that, there was a motion and second for confirmation of EC 142. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion.
No.
That carries on a, okay, 7-1. We are now on to final actions. Councilors Grout, Feeblecorn, and Rogers on O23.
Thank you, Madam President. Where did that go? I move, let's see, O23 is amending the police oversight ordinance to clarify the CPOA's authority to investigate APD personnel. I move a do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn and Rogers. One of the sponsors to open.
So I'll just start, and then I'll let other councilors say a few words as well. This bill amends the police oversight ordinance to clarify that the CPOA may also investigate non-sworn personnel who perform public-facing enforcement functions. These include the police service aides, transit safety officers, and prisoner transport officers, and I do urge your support. I will say that we worked with the CPOA, APD, the Superintendent of Police Reform, and the APOA, and all are satisfied with this version of the bill. This makes it clear that anyone wearing a city uniform and performing a law enforcement job function is held to the same standard as standard of accountability. And I will say a few more things that I want to thank my colleagues for working so diligently to make sure that it was done properly, so that all parties are in agreement. So I think it's a big feat. We should do it more often. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Nothing to add, Madam Chair, or Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, I move it. I urge your support. Oh, public comment. Oh, we do.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Brick Jonasing, followed by Thomas Porwitzki.
Hi, yeah, so, I was briefly looking over this one. Unsworn personnel don't have the ability to detain. Kind of confused by that, because if unsworn personnel don't have the ability. Ms. Grout, I'm in your district. Yeah, I don't support this. I don't support this at all. Yeah, the CPOA is for accountability of police. Yeah, okay, so they work for the police station, but that doesn't mean that they're police. Oh, and how are you going to hold unsworn police or unsworn staff accountable when you can't even hold your own police accountable? Not signing an oath. So you're going to hold unsworn personnel accountable through the CPOA. It's an overbroad view of this, I know. But just looking at it from that view, like, I don't know, 20,000, 30,000, 1-inch view, I don't see how you can hold them accountable when you won't hold the police accountable.
Thomas Porwitzki, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Madam President, council members, I'm really not in support of unsworn people on the streets at all. let alone the police that aren't sworn. So now you're just going to give another layer of insulation to individuals who appears to be that the mayor's the one that's responsible to ensure that these people sign their oath of office. I'm not just making this up. It's the damn law. You're supposed to uphold and defend the Constitution of New Mexico and the United States. We've got instances here where you guys want to stop an investigation simply because it was referred to mediation. Well, that's like getting beat up by 5 cops, going to mediation and signing the 5 cops there with a bat. Well, maybe you're going to bow out of mediation if you don't know what it's going to entail. You still need to investigate.
Tad Umitsky, followed by Mervyn Tilden.
My name is Ted Niemiecki. Well, here is public safety. We were talking on the last meeting. My question is, what is more important, writing the ticket or responded to, excuse me, would you stop?
Can you start Mr. Naminsky's time over when he starts? Thank you so much.
Okay, what is more important? Writing traffic ticket or response to attempting stealing vehicle, including over 30,000 merchandise on the vehicle. To this day, over 60 days, no police report. Yes, I went with, they gave me oversight to file complaint. I make my statement about Diana from oversight, how I feel about her, what kind of job she's doing. So anyway, we public do not have protection from APD. Thank you.
Mervyn Tilden, followed by Janice Herrera on Zoom.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Mervyn Tilden. I want to speak to these final actions on 0-26-23. I do believe that there is a need to address the lawlessness that is involved with the APD and officers of the Metro Security Division. On May 30th, 2025, I was hit by a driver driving a solid waste management vehicle. I was pinned underneath. My knee was shattered. My tibials were shattered. My foot suffered 2 fractures. And out of that, the PSA wrote a false police report. Also, the Metro Security Division wrote false reports. Now, I want to make it very clear. I was at a red light. I had the right to cross on my bicycle. The individual ran me over when I was in front of him. Yet all of this has come to nothing but falsified New Mexico crash investigations reports, no notification by the APD when I appealed to them. So I want this council to know, and I want Albuquerque to know, that the APD is lawlessness in this city. That's why crime reigns. They are committing the actions of crime themselves.
Janice Herrera.
Okay, think I got it working. Good evening. My name is Janice Herrera. I'm in District 2. I am speaking in regards to 02623. The most interesting part to me about the new changes here had to do with the language around including both APD sworn officers and non-sworn personnel. Here it includes police service aides, transit safety officers, police prisoner transport units. I would hope that this would include metro security, that they would also be subject to investigation for their direct interactions with members of the public, which would become greater and greater. I would hope that we would start to see these same criteria applied to other folks who are interacting with members of the public in an official capacity in that regard as well. I think there is a big lack of accountability right now when it comes to APD. I think that some of these other divisions like Metro Security have used the lesser training that they are held to, as well as the lower standards of accountability to get away with things that would not be allowed with the police department, and the police department, who should know better, I think, are looking the other way. And so I would encourage council to look at measures that can hold the police into the light more so on issues where they are representing you all and communicating with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera.
Madam President, that concludes comment.
Okay. That concludes public comment. So we are back on 023, Councilor Grout, Feeblecorn, and Rogers. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. And so I just want to clear up a couple of things that we heard in public comment. So the reason we're doing this is to make sure that now, as some of our PSAs do more duties that our sworn officers are usually the ones doing, we need to have oversight over that as well. And so I think we're doing this to make sure there are other avenues for investigations for other, like Metro Security. Those go through our internal affairs and different places in the city where those are investigated. So there's still oversight over those, it's just not the CPOA. And so I think what I'm really excited about is that this was a true collaboration, like Councilor Grout said, with us working with APD, with the CPOA, to come up with what makes sense to make sure that as PSAs specifically have larger duties, that we have oversight of that. We've also asked APD to do some work around the disciplines for PSAs to make sure that there's a discipline structure specifically for PSAs that is different from sworn officers. And I know we're going to do that work together as well to make sure that we're strengthening those things. So I think that, to Councilor Grout's point, this was really a big feat to get everybody at the table to agree on something of this nature, especially when it comes to oversight of our police force. It's really important. So I'm really grateful to everyone that worked with us on this. And again, we do annual reviews in the CPOA. They do annual reviews of these things, so we can still continue to tweak it and continue to get better, because that is council's responsibility, is to make sure, now that the DOJ is not here, that we do not go backwards. And that is our job on council, and we take that very seriously as a team. I know that much. So thank you, and I urge your support.
Thank you. Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you, Councilor. I don't have anything else to say. I urge your support.
Okay, there was a motion and a second by Councilors Rogers and Feeblecorn for 023. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. We are now on to 026, adopting a new article in the revised ordinances of the City of Albuquerque 1994, Chapter 6, adding Article 12 to be known as the Stormwater Utility Ordinance, amending Chapter 6, Article 11, Stormwater Quality Ordinance, Section 2, definitions to include a definition of arid adapted green stormwater infrastructure, and adding a new Section 15. I move a do pass initially, I guess. There's a motion. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. And do we have anyone signed up to speak on this? Mr. Cornelius. Okay, if you can call the first speaker. And then just so that everyone is aware, we have several amendments. I think there's some, as the speakers coming up, we have several amendments, amendments A through H. I'm not sure whether we'll go through the amendments this evening. I think it'll give people, because of the budget, time to digest this bill. And then I intend to request a deferral to the June 1st meeting where we can then pass the amendments at that time. So, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Michelle Gaidelis, followed by Benjamin Bean on Zoom, who I'm not seeing immediately, but I want to make sure he's not in the building.
Okay.
Good evening, President Pena, councilors. I just wanted to speak in favor of this particular bill. Every monsoon season, Albuquerque floods, and it's not just the weather, it's just the direct result of consequences of decades of paved parking lots and impervious surfaces that shed water instead of absorbing it. The more pavement we build, the worse the flooding gets, and the longer we just let it sit, it's not going to get any better. So this is just a really nice protected fund that can't be redirected elsewhere. You know, the fact that it actually goes to green infrastructure with the, getting rid of this, again, permeable pavement, or actually installing permeable pavement, native plantings, bioswales, basically everything that's designed for our arid climate. And then, of course, the fee structure that I noticed was shifting to actually charge properties based on how much impervious surface they have. That means large paved parking lots finally pay their fair share for the runoff they actually create. So thanks a lot, and I hope you support it.
Thank you.
Madam President, Benjamin Bean is not able to be, oh, there he is. He just got on. Benjamin Bean on Zoom. Thank you.
Hey, apologies, just became available. So this is regarding 026, I believe, and my comment is pretty simple. Basically, I think that this legislation is fantastic and you should all vote for it. And I also think that there's a lot of very simple things that we could be doing to help mitigate stormwater runoff, such as reducing the amount of impermeable surface that we have in the city. We have a lot of parking in the city that we frankly just don't need. And so if I could make a recommendation, it would be that we reduce, or that the bill includes recommendations from the stormwater utility to the city council about legislation that could be changed in order to improve stormwater conditions without having to change anything or without having to increase the cost for building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are now back on the bill, and I would like to move deferral to the June 1st council meeting, and there's a second by Councilor Grout. We're actually going to go through the amendments. I had just disclosed that earlier. I think this is a good opportunity just because of the budget for everyone to be able to absorb and read up on all the amendments, and then we'll pass the amendments at the, or not, at the next council meeting. So any questions on the deferral? No. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries 5-4. We are now on 029, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. 02629 is amending the legal department, the city attorney ordinance ROA 1994, Chapter 2, Article 7, Part 2. Make a motion to move for a due pass.
There's a motion second by Councilor Grout for a due pass of 029, Vice President Champagne.
Yes, ma'am. This bill amends the Code of Ordinances related to the city departments and the officials, specifically the provisions pertaining to the legal department and the city attorney. This bill will amend the section governing the authority and duties of the city attorney to clarify the city attorney's relationship with the responsibilities with their clients, the city, the mayor, and the city council. Additionally, the bill amends the provisions governing the procedures for contracting with attorneys to provide legal services to dictate procedures for when the city council retains outside counsel.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. Is there anyone signed up to speak? I don't see anyone. So with that, are there any questions from councilors, administration?
Madam President, I just wanted to point out that there is a current investigation happening, and I feel like potentially that may have some impact or effect on this. And so I just wanted to raise that as potentially this might be in front of the results of that investigation that is happening currently.
Vice President Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I will disagree. It has nothing to do with that particular one. It has to do with another incident. So, no.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, Mr. Hall, what is your recommendation as our legal counsel for council on whether or not this is getting ahead of it? I certainly don't want to do anything to jeopardize any pending investigation, but at the same time, I'm also not necessarily opposed to this ordinance.
Council President, Councilor Bassan, this is a prospective measure. Whether this would have any impact on the current investigation with the city attorney is very likely little, at least in that effect. I'm sorry, Councilor Bassan, is that the?
No, sorry, Madam President, my question's not, will it have an impact on the investigation? Is it bad timing since there's pending investigation? I feel like typically with what we do, when there's pending litigation or something, traditionally we do wait until making any big changes or decisions. So I do, I can hear the same concerns, and I just want to make sure that you're willing to back up that this is not something that could get us in trouble later if it's going to not necessarily have an effect on the investigation, but get us wrapped up into something that we could otherwise avoid with a deferral.
Council President Pena, Councilor Bassan, like I said, this is prospective in nature, but I would never argue against a more cautious route. So if that were the position the council would take, that would be what I would call a very safe position.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I've tried to read it a couple of times, and I think I understand what it does, but I guess I don't understand the why of maybe the other incident that I just maybe don't know about. And I don't think it's appropriate to ask that here. And so I'm having a hard time myself. So I don't know.
Okay, I would actually like to ask the city attorney to weigh in as well. Maybe based on Councilor Bassan's question.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't really see this ordinance as related to the investigation. This ordinance, to me, functionally restates the rules of professional conduct for attorneys. I don't think it would actually affect much of a change, but I don't think they're related.
Thank you so much. So any other questions from councilors? Seeing none, none from the admin. Councilor Vice President Champagne to close.
Urge your support.
There is a motion and a second for O29. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That fails on a 6-4. I mean, yeah, sorry. You got that? Okay, 5-4. Councilor Baca, 030.
Thank you, Madam President. Amending the downtown vacant premises ordinance, right of way, 1994, Chapter 14, Article 224. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for 030. Councilor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a follow-up to the bill that we passed last year in anticipation of working on some of our older buildings downtown, and with the collapse, unfortunately, of Lindy's, we thought we'd make some changes to hopefully prevent something like that from happening again. As we know, Lindy's was now going to be completely demolished, leaving a hole in our downtown, a hole in our hearts even, to some degree. So I would urge everyone's support.
Any questions from other counselors? Anyone signed up to speak? Okay.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Althea Atherton, followed by James Shanley.
Madam President, that pyramid I showed you all, this is exactly the kind of thing that is really helpful in terms of changing the built environment and making sure that zoning changes are effective in helping reduce violence and helping reduce safety concerns. I experienced something the other day. I don't have a long enough time to tell you all about it, but it involved the bus, and it involved someone getting kicked off a bus at the same time that I was alighting myself. And it was about 10 o'clock at night, and I was so grateful that Little Bear Coffee was sitting there and open for their drinking hours, because I just went there because it was safe. The more buildings that are vacant and more buildings that are open are less places that women and other gender marginalized people can go in times when they do not want someone to follow them home. And so I went to Little Bear Coffee and waited for my friend to pick me up, and I was safer for it. Please pass.
James Shanley, followed by Tad Umitsky.
Madam President, councilors, the deleterious impact of vacant buildings and vacant lots are not confined to downtown core. They blight residential and non-residential areas of Albuquerque that are far more consequential economically than downtown. It is past time for this problem to be addressed citywide. The most inspiring development of truly and indefinitely affordable housing for the bottom 25% of household AMI in Albuquerque is occurring right now on what was, until recently, a vacant lot. The 20-home cottage development at 161 Chama will offer sustainable rent at $1.25 per square foot. This community, county, and state collaboration offers an unmatched model for transformational changes in our city. O2630 proves that you have the power and the tools to penalize the passivity of empty building owners, and you could reinforce it to blunt the property tax incentivization of land banking. Please enact and deploy it citywide. Thank you.
Tad Umitsky, followed by Janice Herrera on Zoom.
My name is Ted Niemiecki again. Now, let's take a look at what's going on in downtown. Old railroad yard was purchased by the city of Albuquerque by Mayor Marty Chavez. What's happened? Nothing. Now, across the other side of the railroad track, there is also big, used to be AGP offices. Again, they won't sell it. They won't do it until they get a price. Borden across the street. Kremlin. Now let's go to the north. Chavez controlling all this parking lot and so on. No, with this attitude, leadership of the city, nothing ever is gonna change. Thank you.
Janice Herrera.
Hello, I'm looking like a ghost here. Good evening. I just wanted to say, Council President Pena, it was nice to run into you out in the wild of Albuquerque. To the rest of the members of council, speaking on O2630, Similar to 02614, as somebody who lives walking distance from downtown and spends a lot of time downtown, I do not want to see the neighborhoods in my district become different in terms of the ordinances and the things that are enforced there from other parts of town. I'm really reluctant to see people criminalized in different ways downtown, and I'm really reluctant to see vacant buildings pursued in a different way downtown. I agree with James in regards to their other parts of town, and I think that James has done a lot of really good work on mapping that have a lot of issues with vacant buildings. And then I might have just missed it, but it's not clear to me how the funds that would be collected for the registration would be spent. And then the last issue is that a 1,000 square foot building is a really different cost than a 15,000 square foot building. I live in about 1,000 square feet. I know how big that is. That's a small business. I think that the scale for a 15,000 square foot building downtown sitting vacant should be more than just the proportional for the square footage. And so I encourage you all to think about what that really means and what that looks like to have a 15,000 square foot building where you're getting away with $5,000 to let it just sit as such. And maybe using a different, formula based on the building's worth or something like that to come up with a property tax or I don't know what. But it just seems really unfair that if you can afford a building of that size, $5,000 is barely even a drop in your bucket. So I encourage some more thought on this one. Lovely to see you all over Zoom and have a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Madam President, Benjamin Bean will not be speaking on this item. He will be speaking on R17, where he is also signed up. So that concludes comment.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, we had quite a bit of robust conversation on the council when we were talking about passing this a while back in last year. And I know that vacancies on the second and third floor for some business owners were a big part of the conversation and the concerns that many of us expressed. And I wonder if I can ask planning some questions about that, because I also believe when we were talking about Lindy's, I think it was at the last meeting a couple weeks ago that I believe it was Director Varela, but somebody pointed out that structural engineering is something that we have to look into, and I'm not sure that this would have prevented that, because we don't necessarily have structural engineers that go into these properties to do the same kind of elaborate inspections. So I'm wondering, Director Varela, if we were to pass this, how is it would it have helped prevent Lindy's from collapsing with this ability? If this ordinance were in place, would that have helped prevent Lindy's from collapsing possibly? And how will it help any of the dilapidated buildings moving forward if we were to pass this?
And Council President, councilors, Sponsor Baca, from my perspective, it would be very productive if we had more time to work with the counselor on this bill. Right now, it is mixing apples and oranges in a sense. It is using the vacant building ordinance as a mechanism for somebody, most likely a structural engineer who would be qualified to do a structural inspection to get into a building. And from our perspective, we prefer not to mix those two items. If City Council feels as a policy that you want to expand the vacant building sanctions to include also vacant second floors and such, that's a City Council decision. My understanding when this first went through is we were trying to make sure that the ground floors, which are at street level as people walk through, are activated, and we wanted to motivate people to have at least that portion of their building activated so that it would be good. It also helps prevent crime and such and contribute to the economy, but to expand that to the second floor, I think might have the effect of greatly of capturing quite a few more buildings. And if the idea there is to penalize them for being vacant and motivate people to either do something with them or sell them, I think that's probably a very good approach. But that's something that would require probably a pretty big discussion. And from our perspective, the code enforcement who goes out on a complaint-based basis to look at buildings for structural problems, The Lindy's is a good example because on that one, we could see that there were problems with the facade. I think that we then brought in the certified building official from the city. She has a lot more international recognized credentials than just a code enforcement officer to look at the building. We even took a further step of hiring a structural engineering firm to give us a second opinion. And based on that added expense and added protection, the city felt very comfortable saying that a building of that size and of that value does need to come down. Other cities have approached this with the older buildings, and that's a different issue than vacant building sanctions. Other cities have taken the approach of requiring the private owners of older buildings to have a structural inspection done of the facade. That's the exterior walls of a building by certified engineers, and those reports then get submitted to the city, and we could spend time studying whether you want to do those in a certain area or have them dependent on the height of the building or on the age of the building. But I think that that would be a better approach for taking care of the Lindy's issue than mixing this in with the vacant building ordinance, which had an entirely different purpose initially. Both very good purposes, but we would greatly appreciate the opportunity to have more time to work with the sponsor on perhaps either separating that and coming up with perhaps a facade inspection requirement by structural engineers or something else. But right now, we see this as highly problematic. I also was telling staff earlier, people use a lot of times the phrase more with less. Code enforcement is now at the less with more stage of the game. We are going to do less and less enforcement of other ordinances as we get more and more burdens placed upon us unless they are accompanied by sizable appropriations.
Thank you, Director. That helps because it helps me at least because I still have the same concerns that I did when we were talking about the vacant building conversation that we had a year ago. And I know there were a lot of business owners and property owners. While I don't want to see vacant properties, I want them to succeed. I want them to be filled up. I want us to have a dynamic downtown and city, but I also want our buildings to not collapse under any circumstances. My concerns remain the same that I had during the conversation for vacant buildings, and I don't think that this seems like it's going to fix, the vacant part is going to fix the fact that we lost a historic building or a big chunk of it, and hopefully want to prevent more.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan, and we should have passed the amendment, so I'm sure Councillor Baca is going to ask you if the amendment helps to support what he's trying to accomplish, or if you would still have the opinion of more time. So do you want to just do the amendment first, Councillor Baca?
Thank you. If I can respond to the comments of Director Varela, I'm actually kind of surprised and a little bit shocked to say that this is two different bills. You know, when we started this last year, we did talk about how neighboring buildings were concerned that the other vacant buildings were going to cause their buildings harm, specifically leaks in the roof and so forth. That was one of the intentions of this bill. That was pretty clear when we debated this last year. We did look at other, I do have an amendment because I want to put that in, but, and I'm not opposed to working with them over for the next couple of years or more time. But we did look at some of these, you know, the whole point of this is to help building owners. We're not out to penalize, you know, so long as someone actually wants to work with us, that's fine. It's the property owners that absolutely are absent and don't want to do anything. When we looked at some of the ordinances in other cities that Director Varela is referring to, those cities charge the building owners to get their facades checked every year to make sure they're structurally sound. We're not trying to penalize or charge or cause more money. We're trying to make sure we're having good stewards, good landlords, good property owners to make sure, hey, let's take a look at, you know, we scaled back from 4 floors, as folks may recall in the original version, to the first floor, just kind of as you know, let's see how this works. And when Lindy's collapsed, the first thing the inspector told me when she came down was, if I had been in the 2nd floor, we could have prevented this. And so the intent initially was always for our folks to go in there to see what's happening in these buildings, make sure they're fine. The intent was to be proactive, as the director knows. The intent was to also generate, there's a reason there's a fee there to pay for that proactive work, because in the rest of the city, we are reactive when complaints came in, which is what happened with Lindy's. We had to be reactive because it was an active building on the first floor, even though it was structurally unsound and falling apart on the second floor. So I would like to move this amendment, and then I'm fine with deferral after that.
Okay, there's floor amendment number 1, Counselor Baca.
Right, so on page 2 of the ordinance, amend section 1424-7, exemptions for certain buildings and properties as follows. As folks know, we put in a lot of exemptions because we're not trying to hurt folks. We're trying to get people to help out and work. So there's plenty of opportunities to get exemptions on this particular ordinance. However, because we do know that several buildings that are vacant and have been vacant for decades have second floors, Lindy's wasn't the only one. We do wanted to make sure with the Director Varela's comments last week that we can send somebody in there just to take a look around. And if they deem, then send in the fire marshal, or if need be, something that costs money, which we're always trying to avoid, because I don't want to charge anybody any money. Unlike those other ordinances that the director referred to. So this just adds to that. If a responsible party fails or refuses consent to arrange for a structural inspection during reasonable hours, their premises shall be deemed vacant and assess the maximum registration fee.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for committee amendment number 1. Are there any questions, comments? Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, in hearing that we don't want to charge and penalize businesses, and, you know, this literally says we're going to penalize you and charge you if you fail to refuse access to us in your property. And I have concerns with that.
So any other discussion? Counselor Groton? Counselor Baca to close.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, as I said before, someone has to absolutely not want to do something with their building to be assessed a fee. This just makes sure that we can actually see the inside of a building to make sure it's not going to fall on their neighbor, because downtown is unlike other parts of the city where buildings are connected to each other. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Baca. So there is a motion and a second. Who was the second? I apologize. I missed the second. Counselor Feeble-Corn for floor committee amendment. How come it says committee amendment? It should say floor amendment. So I think there's a typo on your amendment that you have in front of you. It should say floor amendment. So there's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1, seconded by Counselor Feeble-Corn. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, no?
No.
That amendment passes, and I didn't get the numbers. The hands don't stay up long enough. 7-2 or 7-3?
6-3.
I keep doing a 10 count, so sorry. Then we have Counselor Baca back on the bill as amended. And I would just say, before I send it to you, I would just hope that you would request deferral.
First deferral for 2 weeks to the next council meeting.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second for a deferral of 030, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. We keep talking about the Lindy's and such, and if anybody who was downtown at any time in the past year and a half saw that the exterior wall was starting to bulge out massively. Now that would warrant, if this passes and moves forward, or in your vision, if you see that warrants the city to come in and say, hey, we need to inspect that building because that doesn't look right. What, if you don't have an obvious clue like that, what warrants somebody to say, we're going to go in and inspect your property?
Yeah, Madam President, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Councilor Champagne. I actually had many conversations with the owners of Lindy's about their building and what the status was. Obviously, they had an active business on the ground floor that most of us visited often. They also had an apartment with 37 cats in there. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I heard.
Which is nuts. And per him and our conversations, he was, no, it's fine. It's structurally fine. I had someone come out and look. I even at one point told him directly, I was like, I can literally see the shift from 2 days ago. And he's like, nope, I've had someone come out and look, and our ordinances as they are written currently today, there's nothing you could do about that, really, you know. However, on top of that, over the years, and this has been happening even before, everyone was worried that, not just Lindy's, but other buildings as well. You can name the Crest, the Gizmo before that recently, the Alibi building, all these buildings that have been empty for decades, that are connected to their neighbors. And all the neighbors have reached out at various times, like, we're worried, we don't know how to find out or what to be done. And we just hadn't done anything. And so that's where this ordinance came in last year to try and do something. And when we passed it, in order to get it passed, we scaled back how many floors were involved. When I talked to some experts, they say if your first 2 floors are good, then structurally your building should be fine. We only have a couple buildings downtown that go over 2 floors. Even the Crest is only 2 floors, even though it's been empty for, gosh, I think it's at 46 years right now. So with these amendments, it's that proactive, hey, you need to let us see your building, we need to see what's going on, to protect not only the property owner from themselves, right? In this case, when we talk about Lindy's, the property owner hurt themselves, as much as I'm sad about it, but also their neighbors that they're right next to. So that's what all this is. If with these amendments, we have that authority to go check these out.
Madam President, I completely understand that.
Yeah.
Again, with Lindy's, you had a bulging wall. There was obviously a clue saying this is not structurally sound, or we should question the structure of it. But what are the buildings, like you say, the Crest building, if there are no obvious reasons for us as a government to go in and say, show me your building so we can inspect it, like it was with Lindy's when it was Boeing, what gives us the grounds to say, let us in because you've been empty for 46 years? We need to look at it?
Thank you, Madam President. Counselor, yeah, that's actually the point. Is, you know, Lindy's, although it was Boeing, it wasn't Boeing ridiculously until the last month or so. And even then, we sent out folks, went and looked at it. We had folks, and we had them call down to Director Varela, like, hey, what are you guys doing about it? And they asked us, well, hold on, we're still dealing with it. It did take neighbors calling in and the news showing up for a building that was obvious. Now think about those buildings that are not obvious. You know, you're a property owner, I'm a property owner. Any building that hasn't been maintained for 46 years has likely got some damage. Not even likely, it has damage. Let's just be flagrant about that. Now, what kind of damage? I don't know, but it's connected to 2 other buildings.
All right, so Counselor, we're going to assume that it is, if it's empty and been empty for 46 years, that they are not doing the maintenance.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Padilla.
Madam President, I just want to remind the council that the motion on the floor is to defer.
Yes, thank you, Director. It's just that I had forgotten to ask Vice President Champagne, so I was aware of that. I just wanted to give him an opportunity to ask that question before we deferred. So, so there is a motion and a second on the floor for a deferral of 030, and I think Councilor Tejas is the one that made the second for the deferral. Feeblecorn. Okay. Councilor Feeblecorn made the motion for the deferral, and this will be to the June 1st meeting. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Was that a yes? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure you guys put your hands up because I'm counting to 10 instead of 9, so the staff really needs a lot of help. So, okay, so now we are on the bill of the evening.
Madam President.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Director,
Councilor Director.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I may please, I want to let you know the administration sincerely believes in the intent of making sure those old buildings are in decent shape, and we look forward to working with the councilor and the city council on something that'll come before you, hopefully acceptable to most all of you within a couple of weeks.
thank you, Director. We really appreciate that because I know you're trying to do the right thing, and so is Councilor by hearing from his constituents. So working together is always the route to go. So thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are on R17, Councilor Grout by request.
Thank you, Madam President. R17 is appropriating funds for the operating government of the City of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2027, beginning July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, adjusting fiscal year 2026 appropriations and appropriating capital funds I move a do pass.
There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for a due pass of R17. Counselor Grout to open.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Before we start debate and amendments, I want to thank my colleagues and our council staff. This was a challenging budget. We found two major errors. The state clearly told us in December that their grant funding for Gateway was contingent on the administration submitting a plan for funding operations. The administration didn't do that. It will cost $16 million every year to run that facility. After they realized their mistake, the admin asked for $6 million and said they would come back at the mid-year cleanup for the rest. I don't think that's a real plan. Whether it will satisfy the state requirement is still an open question. Perhaps more concerning is that the Office of Management and Budget did not carry over an $11.8 million projected fund balance from 2026, fiscal year 26, onto the fiscal year 27 balance sheet. This is the first time that accounting method has been used, so we assumed it was a mistake. The administration is maintaining that the projected balance should not carry over because it's just a projection that hasn't been realized. However, if they stick to their budget, as they have also said publicly that they will, that fund balance will be realized. The committee substitute before you assumes that the administration will close fiscal year 26 at budget, as promised and required by law. It takes the $11.8 million projected fund balance and implements the started priority of every counselor to bring our lowest paid employees up to the 25th percentile, according to the Evergreen Class and Comp study that was done 3 years ago. We also heard and implemented feedback from the citizens who came and spoke. Libraries increased by $50,000 and moved IT into recurring. Open space restored $669,000 for 2 full-time employees and contractual services. Animal welfare, we increased by $580,000 to restore the animal care positions that the mayor cut. Biopark, we increased their budget by $83,000 and moved the food and medicine to recurring. In Parks Management, we increased it by $906,000. And in transit, we increased by $680,000 for drivers and mechanics. With that said, this is a working document. We'll never be perfect, but we're working together to make it more excellent. And we can keep working. If any counselors are uncomfortable with carrying the projected fund balance, let's amend it back. To do that, we'll take 1.8% from each department. I hope we don't have to do that. We do have several amendments that I think will be good. We have, again, we hear from the community, and we'll address those currently. Madam President.
Thank you, Councillor Grout. So there was a motion and a second by VP Champagne. Let me write that down. And then we're going to start off with, in your packet, there is an amendment labeled A. It will now become floor amendment number 1. Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 1 is on page 8. After line 4, insert the following. The guaranteed basic income cohort 1 for $1 million, transfer to other funds, operating grant funds 265 for $586,000. And on page 9, after line 26, insert the project name Enlace Housing Voucher Fund for $586,000. This amendment creates a new program designating $1 million for the guaranteed basic income cohort 1, which has already begun. But we found out we didn't fund the cohort for the full amount of time, which means we would have to stop those payments to families that are expecting to receive them for the next 2 years, so 3 years total. This also creates a transfer to Enlace for housing vouchers. This was another item that I found completely missing from our budget, taking away housing vouchers for folks fleeing domestic violence situations. And so, not to belabor all of the work that we've already done, I took it from the cannabis equity reinvestment, because we do have recovery housing, supported housing stabilization, reentry from trauma and crisis, homeless prevention written into that ordinance. And so for the cleanest, thank you budget team for helping me with this today. That would be the cleanest way to fix it in our budget. And I urge your support.
Thank you. There was a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1, and the second was by Councilor Tejas. She really wanted to be the second on that one. So I guess, is there any questions from any of the councilors? Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Fund 202, is that the marijuana bill or the marijuana fund? So
Yes,
it's coming
yes.
from the same, Madam President?
Correct.
And Madam President, just another quick question. The guaranteed income, that program started how many months ago?
It's just finished its first year. We passed it for 3 total, but we funded it correctly, but the administration made the decision to split the appropriation between HHH evenly and the cohort, which left some gap. Instead of funding the 3-year cohort and then giving HHH whatever remaining, that wasn't how our administration split up the money. So now we're in a situation where we have a gap.
Madam President, then can I ask why we didn't do it the way it was written?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, and I'm asking Dylan, our Director Shahey, to come up here. So I'm a little confused because our intent was to fully fund it, and last year we split the amount in half last year and gave half to Triple H and half to OEI, and that is what we're doing again this year, so.
Hello, councilors.
Hi.
President Pena, may I speak?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam President, councilors, as far as the resolution from last year, that was to fund 1 year of the guaranteed basic income cohort pilot program. We understood that we will have to come back into City Council to request appropriations for the following 2 years, as it's a multi-year pilot program. And right now, currently, we completed the first cohort, which was the families, and now we're in the middle of the second cohort, which is the opportunity youth. And so the funding for it is being expensed. And we're wanting to continue that through this current passing of this budget.
Madam President.
Thank you. Vice President Champagne.
So am I understanding this correctly? We passed a bill that said we're going to give X amount of dollars for a 3-year program. Correct? Whatever it is, 7 million, 8 million, whatever, it doesn't matter the amount. We passed a bill that said this amount of money is going to go to this 3-year program. And it was split and moved into a different one. And now your understanding is you were supposed to come back after year 1 to ask for more money, even though we gave it all the money?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I think there's some confusion. The plan is to continue to fund cohort 1 with the monies that are there, and also continue to look at cohorts 2 moving forward prospectively. So that is the plan with the current amount that was put into the budget. Because the full amount was not expended last year for cohort 1. And so the intent is to continue to fund cohort 1 and also be able to fund cohort 2 with what was put in the budget.
Okay, Madam President, then one last question. When we passed that in the original deal, and that money was given for a 3-year program, is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, that's what I'm saying, yes.
Yes, we gave X amount of dollars. We'll say arbitrary, Madam President, $10 million for a 3-year program, correct? I don't know if that's the actual number. The number doesn't matter.
Madam President,
Matter is
Councilor
we
Champagne.
fully funded a program for 3 years.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, yes.
Okay, and 1 year later, we are back here asking for more money because there's no more money.
No, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, it is a appropriation that continues. So last year, yes, it's a 3-year program, but last year was for the first year of it.
Okay.
And then we're continuing it into the second year and adding a second cohort to it.
Then, Madam President, my final question is then for the sponsor.
Thank you for asking me, Counselor, or Mr. Vice President. So I've been studying this because this is some of the work I did in equity and inclusion, and we passed here, so I'm really watching this one closely. It wasn't expressly written into the ordinance or the resolution for the appropriation exactly how they were to split it up. We didn't make it specific. We just appropriated $4 million for these two programs, right? So my expectation was that we would shore up the funding for the 3 years for these families right away, instead of starting cohort number 2 and 3, right? And so they split up the money, half to HHH and half to OEI. And so my expectation was we shore up the program for 3 years so that we can continue to fund these families. The truth is they stopped receiving funding as of March 2026, and we had to fix that because it's something I worked with the mayor directly to fix, because I found out that we'd stopped paying the families, which is atrocious. We cannot promise people something, and I understand and this was not Dylan's decision, so I don't want to have him get the heat for this because he just got the amount from his administration. So what I'm asking for is for us to shore up cohort 1 so that we don't have to come back for more funding, because we've already promised this to these families.
Thank you. Counselor Lewis, and then I have a couple of questions as well. So Counselor Lewis.
So, I mean, I just want to, Madam Chair, Madam President, just go back to some basics, and maybe because I don't know it or I can't explain it very well, maybe it might be helpful for other people to hear this too, but and maybe for the sponsor, or for the, would you explain what a cohort is? And then, the difference between cohort 1 and a cohort 2, and then, I mean, it looks like we're creating another program here within the money that's designated, because there is a transfer of money to different funds. And then the other question would be, we've created some programs that are based on a certain amount of pot money that's going to be, taxed. And is that pot money tax going up, or is it going down? And is that going to affect our ability to be able to fund these programs that the city's created entirely off the revenue of pot money?
Thank you, Counselor. That's great questions. And that's exactly why I've pushed for having cannabis revenue on our GRT, so we can watch that as we're appropriating funds. Because you're exactly right, we don't want to run out of funds in that. So I'm watching that very closely, and thank you to the team for indulging me in adding those to our reports. I think the truth is we do have some revenue in Fund 202, so we're not in that situation now. And I think that's why I as a proponent of guaranteed basic income, I just wanted us, I didn't think we were going to start 2 and 3 cohorts. This was a pilot. So a cohort is just basically the first group of families that receive the funding. That's because we're also researching this, so it's a cohort. That's the first cohort. Then the administration, the department decided to start cohort 2 out of the same funding that was intended for cohort 1. And I think that's my issue is we want to do this, but again, we want to stick to the one cohort we already have before we started more taking funding away from cohort 1. Yeah, so I hope that answers it.
Councilor Lewis, and then we're going to go to Ms. Martinez.
Madam President, so we created a program for cohort 1. I guess my question would be is there enough drug money, for cohort 1 to be able to support handing out cash to this cohort? Is there going to be enough for what we promised to them?
Madam President, Madam President, Councilor Lewis. So as this guaranteed basic income pilot program is going through a phased approach. We're using the phased approach here. For year 1, we will have encompasses 3 cohorts. Cohort 1 meaning the families who have 3rd graders in elementary school, and cohort 2 is the opportunity youth, and cohort 3 would be the job training assistants. And so right now we completed cohort 1 the first year. Right now we're in the middle of cohort 2 for Opportunity Youth. When we looked at the resolution that came through, it was, by our understanding, that it was just for that first implementation of year 1 for all 3 cohorts.
Councilor Lewis.
Madam Chair, so we made this commitment to cohort 1 based on half the drug money going to HHH and half of it going to cohort 1. Based on the projections of money coming in, are we going to be able to fulfill the commitments that we've made to the families that we're given, free money to with this drug money?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, yes. I mean, I stood up here with Director Lotta at that time, and what she presented to the council was to start cohort 1, which was to fund families in 2 areas of the city that were 3rd grade families. And then the plan was to continue those families for 3 years. That is absolutely right. Then there was discussion about cohort 2, which is helping these youth opportunities. So basically young adults who are disconnected. And then I know there's a 3rd cohort. So yes, I will get back with the team because it is my understanding as well that the intention is to use this funding to fund the first cohort for 3 years. I just confirmed with Director because this is the first time I had heard about the March. And I think they have continued to fund those families, and the intention is to continue to fund those families and then move forth. So I mean, I'll check with the department, but it's my understanding that there is enough funding to continue those families, because we did have some families drop off through attrition, and then fund those youth opportunity.
Are you done, Councilor Lewis? Okay. So I have a couple of questions before I go back to Councilor Rogers. So are you telling us that this amendment isn't needed? And I'm just going to say, out of due respect for Councilor Rogers, I think it's sometimes a little bit confusing here in the dais, because I know we're not supposed to get involved in programming, but then I hear from Councilor Rogers' experience about programming and how things are working or should or shouldn't be working. So I just want to hear from the department, and I want to hear from the CFO, so you're saying that the money we have currently so that was my bill, and so the money we have for the guaranteed basic income is sufficient, and that as a result of people not coming back or completing it, you have enough money for the additional cohorts currently?
Madam President, when I stood up here, that was my intentions. When I spoke to all of you, that was my understanding of what was happening. I don't oversee the office anymore. I mean, that transitioned in early year, and that's where I'm saying I am happy to get more clarity on this issue, because that was the intention of the programming, is that there was enough funding. And if you look at last year, they didn't fully use the appropriation for cohort 1.
So I hear what you're saying. So I'm just asking the question. But the department seems to have a different feel, right? So I'm wondering if we table this till the end and find out whether this money is needed or not needed. And I don't know where the director is at for. Oh, I was thinking of Ramirez. I'm so sorry. So is this money needed or not needed?
Madam President.
Based on what you're hearing from the admin and then from Councilor Rogers.
Madam President, it is needed, and it'll allow continuity for the following cohorts.
Councilor Rogers, can we table this to the end just to have confirmation? I mean, I'd happy to hear any other comments you have, but I'd like to see if we could just table it to the end just so that we can kind of work this out.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the issue is pretty clear. The director says they need the money. Our CFO, who just said she's not been over this department in several months and doesn't really know. I have an email directly from Deputy Director Nina Cooper, because I've been meeting with OEI about this, to get updates about this program because it means a lot to me in my district. Here's the question I asked. Question, when is the funding ending for the Whittier pilot and the Carlos Ray pilot? This is the families. And I think it's very important to point out that this body only approved cohort 1. The administration and the department made a decision to use the money we appropriated for cohort 1 to start 2 other cohorts that were never brought to this council. Not that I'm against them, because I'm all about it. But here's the answer to the question that I received on April 29th from Deputy Director Dinah Cooper. Yes, that is correct. Year 1 cohort officially ended on March 25th, that payment. However, there is supplemental funding due to attrition at APS schools that is presently covering year 2 cohort, but we do not have funding for the 3rd year. So this, and it's $1 million a year. This will fund the program for the entire 3 years, which is what I want to make sure happens because we've already promised these families the money. I don't need any more clarification. I've done my homework. I've asked your departments for the information so I can make decisions. So I would urge that our council just take a vote because I've done my homework and I asked my colleagues to trust the work that I've done with the department.
So we have somebody else standing here, so would you like to chime in real quickly? Because I'm actually asking as a courtesy, I want to support this, but I'm asking Councilor Rogers if she would table it till the end so that we can get this worked out. Because, as you know, we have some additional dollars in this budget that, we're just getting kind of a line in the sand. And I just really think that it's important that we kind of work together to try to figure out solutions so that we can move our city forward. So,
yes,
would you
Madam
like
President, Councilor Rogers, we were just discussing this amendment in the budget office, and we just have a concern with the way the amendment's written because it looks like it's appropriating $1 million in fund balance that the fund does not have right now. So it's according to, I don't know if you can see this on the overhead. I don't know if you can zoom in. Okay, sorry. So right here, we're showing a $55,000 fund balance, right? And we've appropriated $2.25 million to OEI for GBI, and then a $2.25 million to Triple H. So our only concern is just the way that it's written. It looks like it's appropriating the $1 million that is not available at the moment.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be willing to take the tabling so we can figure this out with the team, but our team, we checked the balance before too, so. But I'm happy to table. So
thank you so much. So if the questions from Councilor Bassan and Councilor Feeblecorn can wait, or, okay, thank you so much, appreciate that. So we are now on. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a motion to table floor amendment number 1.
Second.
There's a second by Councilor Rogers. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. This item is tabled. So we are now on what is labeled as B in your packet will now become floor amendment number 2. Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment number 2, floor amendment number 2, on page 4, line 14, titled Economic Development, increase the amount by $24,000. This is for the Barreras Main Street. We caught it very at the end last meeting or at the COW meeting that they had been, last year had been at 80,000. This year had been reduced to 56,000. The city has an agreement with all the main streets that they need to be funded at 80,000. And so we're just trying to correct the agreement that we already have. That the city has with all the main streets. So 24,000, it's not that much for us, but for these folks, it's probably quite a bit.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 2 by Councilor Feeblecorn. Are there any questions? Councilor Baca to close.
I urge your support.
All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Now we are in your packet labeled C will now be floor amendment number 3. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment 3 will, on page 4, line 12, entitled Council Services, reduce the amount by $50K and transfer on page 4 after line 12, insert the following: Capital Acquisition Fund 305. And then on page 13 after line 50, insert the following: Urban Forestry, and then for 150, and then Urban Tree Canopy Grant Program. The explanation for this is reallocating a total of $200,000 to the Urban Tree Canopy Grant Program established by R 2282 for the purpose of supporting cities' neighborhoods projects and related urban tree planting initiatives. The amendment transfers $150 from existing capital appropriations associated with the Urban Forestry Activity Fund 305 and transfers an additional $50,000 for a non-recurring appropriation within council services into Fund 305 for appropriation for the grant program. Purpose of this amendment is to consolidate and prioritize available funding towards direct implementation of the Urban Tree Canopy Grant Program and the Neighborhoods Program related activities in alignment with the council's previous adopted policy direction, supporting expansion of Albuquerque's urban, forest, and neighborhood tree canopy initiatives.
Second.
There's a motion and second by Councilor Feeble-Corn for floor amendment number 3. Any questions from councilors, admin, Councilor Grout to close?
Thank you. This was Council Feeble-Corn and I love the Neighborhoods Program. We just think it's wonderful, and we know that our constituents do as well. And one of Councilor Feeble-Corn's requests was that we fund it more fully, completely, so that each council district each year would be able to have at least one tree planting. And what we found was within our budget that we needed to do it every other year. So that is where we are at this point. And I urge your support.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeble-Corn for floor amendment number 3. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. We are now on what's
Madam
labeled
President?
D in your packet.
Could I please see all the hands again that voted for it? Thank you.
In your packet labeled D will now be floor amendment number 4. This is Councilors Grout, Feeble-Corn, and Baca.
Councilor Baca, would you like to take this one?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President and Councilor Grout. On page 7, line 10, entitled Neighborhood Policing, decrease the amount by $100,000. On page 5, line 32, entitled Legal Services, increase the amount by $200,000. This amendment restores legal services diversion program by half of the original proposed amount. It will reduce the neighborhood policing by $100,000 and use available fund balance for the remaining $100,000. I think this is the diversion program that's getting quite a bit of notice. You know, we want to help our unhoused folks, and if someone gets picked up and arrested, rather than going to jail, the diversion program will help get them into housing or some other support program. And so I think this is an extremely important program.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 4. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Bassan?
Madam President, I don't really support the diversion program in legal services as per our conversation at the last meeting, but I do want to ask from APD if they can come up and explain a little bit more about the neighborhood policing. I know that this is only $100,000, but there are a few amendments tonight that, to me, if we end up approving all of them, would essentially gut this part of APD, and I want to make sure that we all know what we're doing if we choose to do that.
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, if we're speaking directly about the neighborhood policing, that fund goes directly towards our ammunition supply, our substations, the maintenance there. That includes cleaning, staffing, both patrol and at the substations. It includes our specialized units, whether that's the horse-mounted unit, our canine unit, our bike officers, supplies at the substations, and the cadets and the supplies and uniforms for them as well. And so if we look at cutting the budget for our neighborhood policing, we would see potentially a loss in staffing. We have already done certain things to address that budget, meaning we have cut training and travel for our sworn police officers. We have cut the cleaning services to our facilities. We have cut overtime. We have a strict audit on supplies such as our printer ink at the substations. We no longer have printers inside of the offices. We have one printer in each substation that we're utilizing. And we would have to revert some of our charges for services, or have to revert to that.
Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much. So there is a motion and a second for floor amendment number 4. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no?
No.
So that's 3-6.
Yeah.
6-3, sorry.
Madam President, floor amendment 5, I'd like to offer on page 4, line 14, entitled Economic Development, increase the amount by $150,000. This amendment increases the marketing, retention, and expansion for economic development, non-recurring item by $150 from available fund balance for a total of $200,000.
Second.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeble-Corn for floor amendment number 5. Councilor Grout to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This one is in specifically has to do with area. We have a contract, a 5-year contract with area, Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance, and it is a 5-year contract. It says $200,000, and they only had appropriated $50 for them, and so this makes the contract that we have with them whole. I urge your support.
Thank you. Any questions? No. All those in favor of floor amendment number 5, raise your hand and say yes.
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 Opposed, same motion. Motion carries. So we are now on, marked F in your packet, will now be floor amendment number 6. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 6, on page 5, line 10, entitled Street Services Fund 110, increase the amount by $2,424,000. Page 5, line 10, entitled Neighborhood Policing, increase the amount by $50,000. And on page 10, line 9, entitled General Fund 110, decrease the amount by $110,000 or $2,474,000. This amendment decreases the transfer from Automated Speed Enforcement Fund 289 to the General Fund and increases municipal development by $2,424,000 for the street lighting contract and operations and maintenance, and also increases the neighborhood policing by $50K for APD drag racing tactical plan non-recurring item using available fund balance.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for floor amendment number 6 by Councilor Feeble-Corn. Councilor Grout to open.
So let's see here. Let me find my notes for this one. Hang on. Let's see. Okay. So I'm calling this the Vision Zero Amendment. And I want to make it clear to everyone that the committee sub left the mayor's budget, the committee substitute left the mayor's budget for Vision Zero intact. In the committee substitute, we took part of the projected fund balance and appropriated it for crossing guards, street lighting, and drag racing enforcement, all of which are also pedestrian safety. With that said, though, I have this amendment, and it does keep the $1.2 million for crossing guards, and it moves the street lighting into back into the general fund for DMD, and it lists the priority pedestrian safety projects. Oh, that's going to be the next one for this Vision Zero. So it is important. We understand, and the projects that we had put in there are also for pedestrian safety. But listening to our public, we understand that as well. And so with that, I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of floor amendment number 6. Any questions from the councilors? Seeing none. Councilor.
Madam President, Budget Staff, Mr. Moscow.
Mr. Motzko.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, when we move this one back, the staff and I, with your discussion on Saturday, we made a little error here. We actually don't need lines 1 and 2. So line 3 would suffice to move it back out of 289 into 110. We don't want to double take from those other 2 funds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to take out line 3.
Madam President,
can you
Councilor
read it
Grout.
for us, please?
How should it be read?
How should it read?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I am respectfully asking you to suspend the rules to amend a budget amendment that was on the dais at 5 o'clock. We would need 2/3 of the body's vote, but we would amend this amendment to strike lines 1 and 2, and then just leave line 3.
Okay, well, so I have Councilor Feeble-Corn to speak, but I'm going to go to the director first.
Madam President, if you're amending an amendment that was on the table, you can do that. We do have the computer set up so that it's not necessary to suspend the rules to amend an amendment. The amendment was on the table. You can amend an amendment up to 2 times. Anything after that, you're not allowed to according to Robert's rules.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Madam President, I move to amend floor amendment number 6 by deleting lines 1 and 2 and leaving number 3 alone.
There's an amendment to amend amendment number 6 by Councilor Feeble-Corn and seconded by Councilor Tejas. Did we get that? Any discussion on that? Councilor Vice President Champagne. Sorry.
Just a curiosity, because I thought I was following along properly, but if we're gonna get rid of 1 and 2 and just leave the decreased amount, do we need direction of where we're putting it? Or did I blank out on that one?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the money, the appropriation is already in street services and neighboring policing. All we need to do is to decrease the general fund line for those amounts.
Madam President, then, thank you for that explanation. Madam President, then the other question is, so then, based on the last amendment that failed of taking away 100,000, we are now adding 50,000 to neighborhood policing? But it's directed toward drag racing TAC plan, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we're not doing, we don't want to do anything with the 50,000. Yeah, it's already in there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Councilor Feeble-Corn to close.
Urge support.
So there is a motion and a second to amend floor amendment number 6 by Councilor Feeble-Corn, seconded by Councilor Tejas. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. We have somebody excused. Yeah, 8-0. Yeah. Okay, so now we're back on floor amendment number 6. And is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Just real quickly, I did want to just thank Councilor Grout for her work on this. I think there was just a lot of misunderstanding about what was happening around this Vision Zero fund. And I just want to clarify, even in the budget proposal that we heard last week, everything that was coming out of that Vision Zero fund was in fact vulnerable road user safety. And we just had differences of opinion on whether Vision Zero should be new projects only or maintenance and operations. And I just wanted to thank Councilor Grout for being open to refund, to going back and adding back into Vision Zero mostly new projects. I think that was just a very kind thing to do for all the concerns that we heard. So thank you.
Thank you. So we are on floor amendment number 6 as amended. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries, and that's a 9-0. It's the first one I got right tonight. So we are now on label G, floor amendment it'll now become floor amendment number 6. This is Councilor Grout and 7, sorry, I wrote 7 down. Councilor Grout and Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 7 on page 10 after line 9, insert the following. That the following appropriations are hereby made to fund 289 Vision Zero projects per attachment A. This amendment introduces attachment A, which contains a list of programmed ASE Vision Zero projects and their expenses. It appropriates the amounts within Fund 289, specifically for the projects on attachment A. And here's attachment A.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 7. Are there any questions from councilors, admin? No one, seeing none. All those in favor of, do you want to close?
Oh, I just wanted to say that, thank you, Madam President. After Thursday's meeting, or at Thursday's meeting, the department expressed that they had a list of projects that they had planned. And so we asked them to send that planned list so that we could take a look at it. And so we're pleased that we got it in our hands, and we want to make sure that they all get implemented in the next year. So thank you to the Department of Municipal Development.
Thank you for the close. So there's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 7. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries unanimously. We are now on floor amendment number 8, which was labeled H in your packet. Councilor Grout.
Thank you.
And we only have 82 more to go.
Woohoo! We're going to run out of letters. Okay, so this one is floor amendment number 8. Thank you, Madam President. On page 9, after line 26, insert the following new section. The determination of the total housing voucher funding is based on the department's available rolling balances and historical expenditure patterns. In the event additional housing voucher funding is determined necessary during fiscal year 2027, available mid-year funding shall be prioritized for consideration of supplemental appropriation for housing voucher assistance. And this amendment clarifies the council's intent regarding the reduction of the $1.5 million associated with the housing voucher funding within the Health, Housing, and Homelessness Department. The reduction reflects the department's current availability of rolling balances and prior year funding that has not been fully expended within a single fiscal year, indicating the program has maintained available carry-forward capacity while continuing operations. The amendment determines that should available mid-year funding be required, this project will be prioritized by the council.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 8 by Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you. This, the other night, again, in the general, or in the fund balance, it shows that there are a lot of housing vouchers available. And then that night, we found out that 30 minutes before the meeting, the dashboard was updated, and it wasn't as much as it should have been, or said it was. And this is something that Councilor Rogers and I have been working on over the last couple of years. It's very important that this is accurate, that we're getting the vouchers out where they need to be, providers are being paid, and people are being housed. So this is a priority. In 6 months, if we need some more vouchers, this will be a priority to get it funded. And I urge your support.
So there was a motion and a second for floor amendment number 8, and seeing no other discussion, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. We are now on floor amendment number 9. It's labeled I in your packet. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 9 is on page 3, line 17, entitled Community Events, decrease the amount by $340,000. On page 6, line 26, entitled Open Space Management, increase the amount by $250,000. On page 6, line 28, entitled Recreation, decrease the amount by $60,000. On page 7, line 10, entitled Neighborhood Policing, decrease the amount by $100,000. On page 7, line 27, entitled Transfer to Transit Operating Fund, increase the amount by $250,000. And on page 11, line 24, entitled Strategic Support, increase the amount by $250,000.
There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 9. The second was by Councilor Tejas. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
I'd like to just, thank you.
Sorry.
So this amendment is really doing just one thing. It is taking the funds that we have allocated in the budget for Freedom Fourth and allocating them to 2 departments that have been hit very hard by this budget. Open space, I think we heard from I don't know how many hundreds of people that they would like to see an increase in open space. And then also this would be reducing the amount that transit has to transfer over to APD to pay for transit security. I just think that in a budget like this that is so tight that we are, barely making payments meet for really important departments, it feels quite gross to be spending $500,000 on a community event that lasts for one day and requires $100,000 in overtime payment for APD alone.
So is there any discussion? Councilor Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Hold on one second.
Any others? No?
Okay, again, I go back to this. The decreases should add up and the increases should add up, and it should be the same number, correct? Can somebody math for me real quick? Because I am not adding that properly.
Madam President, it's $340,000 from community events, $60,000 from recreation, and $100,000 from neighborhood policing, which does in fact equal $500,000. And then I'm taking half of that, $250 back to transit, and $250 to open space.
Plus a decrease of 100 from
340 plus
policing.
60 plus 100 is 500. And then if you divide 500 by 2, that's 250 each.
Okay. Decrease, decrease, decrease. Okay, just making sure, like I said. Yeah. APS.
Any other discussion? Okay, so I'll, Councilor Feeble-Corn to close.
Urge your support for transit and for open space.
Okay, all those in favor, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, no?
No.
We are now on floor amendment number 10, labeled J in your packet. Councilor Feeble-Corn?
Madam President, I would like to move floor amendment number 10 on page 5, line 18, entitled Gateway Center, decrease the amount by $180,000. On page 6, line 26, entitled Open Space Management, increase the amount by $180,000.
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a move to take some funds away from the Gateway Center that are going to be provided under a GROW grant from the state that I got from Speaker Martinez. So we need $180,000 less for the young adult Gateway Center that is not accounted for in the budget. And so moving that $180 that was already in the budget over to open space management to fund some of the things that we've heard from the community that they would really like to see funded.
Thank you, Councilor Feeble-Corn. Is there any discussion? I would like just to ask the admin about this.
Madam President, I would ask Director Ramirez to weigh in on this, Madam President.
On your way up here, it's just that I'm struggling to do any decreases to the gateway just because I've been committed to this since its inception.
Thank you, Madam President. I mean, the growth funds are relatively new as far as the old junior bill money and operational dollars, and so that is being weaved into our budget this year. I haven't had a chance to actually analyze whether that cut is neutral and or will have any huge impact in regards to our program as we've just launched. So I understand it was new funding that came from the state. I'm not aware whether it would have a positive, negative, or neutral impact without analyzing the full amount of that funding being integrated into our budget this year, because we've never had it before. I know that's not a great answer, I'm sorry, but that's the truth as far as where it sits.
Ay, Dios mío.
Right, I mean.
Okay, so thank you, Director. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. I can confirm that, that these grow funds were specifically for the Youth Gateway. When Councilor Feeblecorn, when we all had the opportunity to talk to our legislators to get these funds, she was so excited when he called and said, "This is what I want to give my monies to," and so I can confirm that this was specifically for the Youth Gateway for the next few months, over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So again, these are grow funds from the state. I did verify with the administration through a many back and forth questions to ensure that these funds had not been accounted for in the budget. We did all receive that response from the administration in the back and forth. And so there is an extra $180,000 in the Gateway Young Adult, which is the facility for young people between 18 and 25, because I did get these $180,000 from the state. And so all I'm doing is taking the extra $180,000 that is there because of that grow fund and allocating it to open space, because we have heard that they are very short under the current budget. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. I think we closed on that, Director, so thank you so much. So all those in favor of floor amendment number 10, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, same motion? No. Seven, two. So now we're on floor amendment number 11. It's labeled K in your packet. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 11 is on page 3, line 17, entitled Community Events, decrease the amount by $40,000. And on page 6, line 26, entitled Open Space Management, increase the amount by $40,000.
Second.
Madam President, this amendment takes away an amount of $40,000 that's currently in the budget for the Gathering of Nations. And as we all know, the Gathering of Nations is no longer happening. This year was the last one, and so I think this was a technical error for it to be remaining in the floor sub that we have. And since we had an additional $40,000, I am proposing to move it over to open space. And this would specifically go into the non-recurring line open space, bosque, and fire protection, which we did cut a bit in the floor sub, or in the committee sub. We were trying to get it down to the bare bones of what they needed, but they had asked for a little additional, and so we have this, and I'm moving it that way.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. So I did say that there was a motion, a second by Councilor Tejas for floor amendment number 11. Councilor Feeblecorn, I can't support this. That has been my sponsorship, so it's fallen under the council sponsorship for City Council District 3 since its inception. So since we started funding, we had never funded the powwow. I think in the year that I was elected, I actually started funding it at this level. And so now I left it in the budget just so that I can kind of consolidate all my council sponsorships, and I am actually hoping to utilize this money just within Council District 3 sponsorships. So for that reason, I can't support this amendment. So is there any additional discussion? All those in favor of floor amendment number 11, raise your hand and say yes. Opposed, same sign. Did you want to say the number out loud? I mean, did I say, no? I did say no?
It fails on a 2-7 vote.
Thank you. So now we are on floor amendment number 12, labeled M in your packet. Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, I'm willing to do this. There is an L in the iPads if you wanted to do that first, or shall we proceed with this?
Who is the sponsor of Al? I don't have that. I'm so non-techie. I always have to print everything, so.
On one, it was L earlier, and then it turned to O, so perhaps that might be the problem.
Okay, let's just follow the packet. Counselor Bassan, floor amendment labeled M will now be floor amendment number 12.
Thank you, Madam President. Counselor Champagne had requested to be a co-sponsor on this, and I did confirm that he still wants to be, if we can make sure to add him.
Can you add that for the record, please? Counselor Champagne.
Following Section 8 on page 14, after line 28, insert a new section to read as follows. Section 9, General Fund Operating Efficiency Reductions. To support long-term capital financing capacity and preserve structural fiscal stability within the general fund, the City Council hereby establishes $3 million in recurring general fund operating expenditure reductions for fiscal year 2027 and future fiscal years. The Department of Finance and Administrative Services is authorized and directed to identify and implement recurring reductions across eligible general fund departmental operating appropriations sufficient to achieve the intent of this section and to process any necessary budget adjustments consistent with this resolution. The reductions authorized by this shall not apply to Albuquerque Fire Rescue sworn personnel appropriations, Albuquerque Police Department sworn personnel appropriations, City Council and Council Service appropriations, Office of Inspector General appropriations, Office of Internal Audit appropriations, Office of the City Clerk appropriations, debt service obligations, transfers required by law, ordinance, collective bargaining agreement, bond covenant, or existing contractual obligation, settlement obligations, judgments, or legally mandated expenditures, and any appropriation otherwise restricted from reduction under federal or state law. It is the intent of the City Council that reductions implemented pursuant to this section avoid layoffs of filled full-time employees to the maximum extent practicable and prioritize operational efficiencies, vacancy savings, contractual efficiencies, discretionary expenditures, travel, advertising, outside professional services, and other non-essential operating expenditures before reductions affecting direct public services. Recurring savings generated pursuant to this section shall be reserved within the general fund and shall not be expended or reprogrammed except by future action of the City Council for gross receipts tax, revenue, bond, debt service, capital financing obligations, or other long-term infrastructure financing purposes. DFAS shall provide a report to the City Council by proposed resolution no later than 60 days following adoption of the fiscal year 2027 budget, identifying the reductions implemented pursuant to this section and the estimated recurring savings achieved, and then renumber the succeeding section accordingly.
So there's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. Are there any questions?
May I open, Madam
I'm
President?
sorry. Yes.
So almost everyone on this council has expressed to me, and the administration has expressed to me throughout my tenure as a councilor, that they will support building the North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center. I realize it's a tight budget. However, we can reduce the budget because that was an option that was presented to me by several councilors when I was trying to do an increase for the GRT and some other options. But through the dedication and commitment, through comments by the councilors, I'm hoping to utilize and try for another option to help get final funding for this project. If this does pass, then I will probably literally stand on this dais and dance for all of you. But in addition to that, if this does pass, it will be followed by a bond ordinance that would require council approval to then solidify the appropriation for future years and councils, because then only after is there a debt is there a debt that's been committed to, can we make sure to speak on behalf of future councils. But I am trying to find a way to finish this project that has been desired for over 20 years by the city. It's not just a rich people project. So I think that it would be really great to have the support of this council, and I would like to invite Councilor Champagne to help open if he has anything to add.
Madam President. Councilor Bassan, thank you very much. This council, and I haven't been around as long as everybody else, but one thing I did notice, and what Councilor Bresson's proposal a couple weeks back of raising GRT to generate funds to complete some capital projects brought up a very valid point. This city seems to be chasing a carrot and continuously chasing a carrot, whether it be for North Domingo Baca Park or for police car vehicles, for other capital projects within District 6, repaving District 9. We seem to be chasing a carrot, and every time we're told it's going to be $35 million, you go and take the time to go to state, and you go to federal, and you go to here, and you go to there to find money. And when you come back and say you have $35 million, they go, great. It's 47 now because it took you 10 months to find that money. So then you go, okay, I'll go find another 12, and so on and so forth. We keep wasting time and the taxpayers' money of putting stuff away to try to improve not only libraries, community centers, that nothing ever gets done. So we've got to stop it. I personally disagreed with raising taxes, but we found another way, and this is that way of taking a small amount of money and getting ahead of the game finally. Get this done and over with. Stop chasing that carrot. Be fiscally responsible and say, hey, let's get this done so we can move on to other projects, other districts that need infrastructure, libraries, community centers, parks. So when she presented this, I jumped on it immediately. I won't dance on the table, though. Some of your eyebrows went up, though. I saw it. But we do need to stop chasing this carrot. We need to get ahead of the game, and I think this is a viable way of doing it.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Madam President, thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand this. So we're asking the DFA, I guess, asking them to help us find some efficiencies, basically to help us find $3 million. Is that what's $3 million in reoccurring funds?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, it's just to be clear, it's our city Department of Finance, not the state DFA.
So, and so that in this budget, so basically if we pass this amendment, they would find $3 million more dollars, and then that would be reoccurring. So every year, is there a sunset on that?
Councilor Lewis, if this passes, then in the bond ordinance, which is the same as what I proposed to everybody a month or so ago, there is a 20-year sunset. But I can't put that into the budget because we don't actually have the bond.
Yeah. And Madam Chair, and so this is $3 million in reoccurring funds, reoccurring budget dollars for the next 20 years, because it would be bonded off of and raise money for the rest of that. And it would just go to that specific project, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, that is correct. And just to add to the bond thing, I can't apply for a bond if I don't have a revenue source.
Okay. I mean, as much as I would love to be able to do that, I mean, I like the idea of, finding 3 million, but I think if we could find 3 million, we can find 20 million. Absolutely know that we can find 20 million or 30 million. And I mean, that's really all along what I think, we've talked about this year after year, when we spend every dollar that we have, then we don't have the ability to be able to, do anything. And we have to really rely on our capital program, for those dollars. And so I guess the only reason why I'd be against this is just because I believe that that's what we should be doing, anyways. And I think we should find 25, $30 million or more, and we should bond the whole thing for 20 years and be able to distribute that between all 9 city council districts. Just because, again, I think it's taken a pretty big chunk of money out of the budget year after year that's dedicated to one project. Nothing against that project. I think if we're going to do that, we should go for all of it. I mean, we should do something that makes a significant impact on every district.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. Councillor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for our sponsor. Regarding the pool, Has there been any sort of environmental reviews about water sustainability for the pool?
Madam President, Councilor Tellez, we decided to, between the administration and myself, we decided not to ever federalize the project, so there is no requirement for an environmental impact analysis. However, engineers have been involved, and we have worked with AMAFCA from the get-go on everything on the proper drainage and making sure that we are connected from the start to finish, and making sure that we do everything we can with drainage and also sustainability inside of the building with state-of-the-art pump rooms, which are currently installed for those of you that ever want to go by and see it.
Thank you, Counselor. I have a question. Who would I ask about environmental aspects out here?
Madam President,
DMD maybe?
Councilor Tellez, are you asking our environmental health director?
Yeah, or DMD, or who can answer questions about water sustainability? Nobody? Thank you.
Council President and Madam Councilor Tellez, Jennifer Turner, our director of DMD, is coming.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question because we are in the high desert and we know that evaporation is one of the leading causes of, water loss, especially in hot, dry places. Estimates say that a 500 square foot pool can lose about 12,000 to 31,000 gallons per year, depending on the climate, which our climate is pretty arid. Do you know what type of impact this swimming pool will have here when it comes to, crusting or salinization, and how it may affect our water sustainability efforts here in Albuquerque or in New Mexico? I mean, we don't have water. We're not pumping to Corrales. We don't have Colorado snow melt. So we are in a huge water crisis here. And my concern is building a swimming pool is going to have even a more negative impact on the water situation we have here. Do you have have we done any studies, anything regarding that and this project specifically?
Councilor or President Pena and Councilor Tellez. So the North Domingo Baca pool has been on the city's capital priority list for a number of years. It's been in design. It's obviously taken time. The project was fully designed with an engineering firm and architects, and whenever we design anything in the city, we have to make sure it meets applicable city codes, and we partner with planning and go through many levels of review. Too many, and I think some folks view, but we go through all of our the planning process. And so with respect to this particular project, no, we have not done an analysis, at least I haven't, of its specific impact on larger drought issues. But that said, that is why we have the process that we do, why we do have the codes that we do. And as a general matter, the Department of Municipal Development, along with Ann Simon's office and Safe Ismail, we're always looking at water savings and even green stormwater infrastructure, which you heard alluded to earlier this evening. Like, that is all about leaning into nature and minimizing or I should say maximizing water conservation and using things like stormwater runoff to, again, lean into nature and minimize the negative environmental impacts.
Thank you, Director. So how long has this project and those particular measurements been evaluated, as opposed to where we are sitting now regarding our sustainability and our water use and I mean, pools in just arid climates are evaporative water loss machines. And we are already at a huge loss. And I love a swimming pool, don't get me wrong. I could swim all day. I love it. But I also love agriculture and farmers and being able to, you know, ensure we have enough water that we can, you know, be able to, again, like I said, we can't fill Corrales right now. Their acequias are dry because the Rio Grande is dry. That's part of the Albuquerque Bernalillo Water Authority project that's going on right now. And I just, you know, the evaporated water that's gone from the usable supply because of swimming pools is a huge concern to me. And I love North Domingo Baca. I love having, you know, more access to pools and, you know, things that can cool people down and all of that. But when we have a scarce water system, every single gallon that evaporates leaves more minerals, more salts, more chemicals, more concentrates behind. We have salination issues, we have inefficient water uses, then we have a lot more costs associated with having to mitigate all of that with the swimming pool. So thank you, Director. I don't have any more questions. I can't support this amendment simply because we are in a water drought in New Mexico, and this is not something that would help that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas. Seeing any more questions? So it was Vice President Champagne followed by Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question for the administration and maybe code enforcement. Just really quick, are we planning, since we brought up a valid point about the water restrictions and the lack of water in the river, are we planning on shutting down car washes and shutting down the city pools within the other districts that are in the town?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, our Director of Planning.
Perfect, thank you.
Council President, Councilor, we all understand the value of water and the concerns that everybody has, especially with drought
Director,
like
yes,
this.
she made.
But the answer is no. We're not
Okay,
planning
the
to do
councilor
that.
made a valid point about our water restrictions, and it raised a concern in my mind of the other pools that are in District, 6, 7, 3,
I ain't got one.
5, 1, and 8.
I ain't got one.
Are we shutting those down? And Counselor, unless we're instructed to do so by City Council, the answer would be no. When the developments are proposed, the developer must come in with a water availability statement from a separate governmental entity. If that water availability statement is provided from the Water Utility Authority, then that's the green light for the use of the water that is calculated in the development proposal.
Madam President.
The answer is no. Code enforcement
Vice
does not
President
have that.
Champagne.
And this goes to another question, because I looked into car washes at one point, and the amount of code and restriction to reuse water, because you drive by a car wash, and I don't know if you could answer this, you have knowledge of it, but when you go by a car wash, the amount of water being run through and the lines of cars that want to be washed, the amount of restrictions that went into recycle water that's being used was amazing, was mind-boggling to me. Because you would think that they are just wasting water, it's going down the drain, but in fact that the filtration systems to reuse some of that, is that sort of technology used when it comes to our city pools to reclaim the water and circulate and clean?
And Council President and Councilor Champagne, that's a separate question from the evaporation of water, which goes up into the sky and the air and possibly, away from New Mexico.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Lewis.
Just to clarify, thanks, Madam President. The total amount that this would raise would be So it's 3 million a year of reoccurring funds. And then we would, the plan would be to bond off of it, you know, correct? And so you'd basically get the whole 60 million over 20 years and get that right away and pay it back over 20 years. Is that the idea?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I'm striving for 36 million, and yes, that is the idea.
So how does that work? Why would it be 36 million?
So sorry, my apologies, Madam President, Councilor Lewis. I really wish that our bond counsel was here. He doesn't seem to be here tonight, but he has explained and done the math on the actual rates that are involved in what it would take based off of the percentages that will increase over the 20 years, and all of his expertise, that he would be much more eloquent should he have been here tonight. But I got all the data from him, and he's the one that developed this amendment in order to be able to show us and pull from somewhere with some of the dictation to the administration to find it versus the overall cut every department citywide by a certain percentage like some councilors had originally told me to do several months ago.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't think I said that, but Madam Chair, so it's, again, I'm just thinking through it. I mean, $3 million would go to every year for 20 years would pay the debt, which would be about $60 million, and we get about 36. If I understand it right, about $36 million, up front for the project. So. Again, I think that when we're doing that on a bigger scale, I think it makes a lot of sense. I've just not seen it done on a smaller scale like that, but it's a significant amount that that comes out of the budget each year. But like I said, I mean, if it was $27 million and we can do some capital, we could raise some capital like that on. Projects we can do in each of the districts around the city that would make a kind of an economic impact that I think would be significant enough. But anyhow, thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baca. You're good? Okay. So, Councilor Bassan to close.
Madam President, I do want to clarify, it wasn't Councilor Lewis that made that comment. I wasn't saying it was you, but there was a councilor that did tell me that. That was a suggestion. This is a project that's in the city's master plan, which we've all seemed to be able to respect throughout our time, it seems. There was the across-the-board recommendation for a cut. It's a project that has a 60-meter indoor pool and a smaller outdoor recreation pool. I can get into plenty of the reasons why it's going to be a significant economic driver in the city of Albuquerque, but I think for the purposes of budget, it's been voter approved multiple times, GO bond approval multiple times, capital outlay approval from our legislators multiple times, and the governor. It is not my fault that we have fully funded this project 3 times, and it still keeps coming to more. I'm just as frustrated as the next taxpayer, but I'm trying to find a way to get her done. So if we can't get her done this way, then I'll try something else, hopefully very soon. And I would urge your support.
Thank you. So there was a second by Vice President Champagne for floor amendment number 12. All those in favor, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion fails 5-4. We are now on to floor amendment number 13. And this is this right? Yeah. Okay, floor amendment number 13, this is what I was saying, that you're just moving within District 3 council sponsorships, moving them around. So on page 3, line 17, community events decreased by 55. On line 3, 17, entitled community events increased 21. On page 4, line 12, council services decreased by 6. On page 4, line 12, council services increased by 5. On page 4, line 14, economic development increased by 70. On page 7, line 30, entitled community recreation decreased by 125. On page page 7, line 30, community recreation, increased by 90,000. And this amendment decreases and increases specific non-reoccurring amounts as follows within the District 3 council sponsorships. I would urge your support. Are there any questions or comments? There's a second by Councilor Grout. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for pointing this out. I had looked this weekend and did not see anything touching that Gathering of Nations amount, so I'm glad this is here. I do have one question, because in the existing floor sub in front of us, the Southwest Education Partners, the technical training at RFK High School is already funded at 150, and this would be adding, is this an additional 125?
No, this is actually decreasing. They have not reached out to me. So I wasn't sure whether they were utilizing these resources or not, so
So they reached out to me and to Councilor Baca, and we put it in our requests when Councilor Grout asked us. And so I would like to make sure that that remains in, because that was mine.
They're in for 150.
So I would go to Mr. Motzko. But this would remove it. This would reduce them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Up to, leave them with 25. So this council sponsorship has been under District 3 for, I know, since the beginning of time. So,
Madam President,
can-
it was actually in
Correct.
District 7 last year as well.
Madam President, Council Fiebelkorn is correct. It is fully funded at 150. This would decrease it.
okay, so I'd like to see if we can make the amendment to the other to add that back. I just hadn't heard from them, and I was assuming they didn't need it anymore. Prior to you being elected, and I understand, and prior to Councilor Baca being elected, it was the money that I was, and then I think councilors came in and actually added their name rather than increasing the amount, something that I've talked about before that we have to kind of be careful moving forward. But I'd like to see if we can do that. So I will remove the 125, but we would have to do another line item to increase that amount by the general fund, correct? Okay, so if you could read that back to me, and then that would leave them whole. And please, if you talk to them, ask them to just reach out, because when I don't, they all reach out to me every year and let me know, and no one from RFK reached out to me.
Madam President, as the staff is putting this on the screen for everyone to see, polite reminder, you would need to move floor amendment number 1 to amendment number 13 to reduce it, or to take the decrease out, which would increase it.
Okay, and just for the record, we would increase it on the other one, because then we will not be whole with all the projects that we're discussing. So on the other amendment, it would come from the general fund. Okay, perfect. So if everyone can read that for the record, this would decrease, would leave a void with some of the transfers of resources within the district, but hopefully in the next amendment, if passed, it would make everything whole. So with that, is there any additional discussion? Yes. And this is the amendment, floor. We are on floor amendment number 13, and this is floor amendment number 1 to number 13. So all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no? Raise your hand, bro, or not.
I didn't. I was in the middle of the discussion. I'm sorry. I'm a yes.
Okay.
Can I
Okay.
see hands one more time?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that passes unanimously. That motion carries. And so now we are back on floor amendment number 13 as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now we are on floor amendment number 14, and we'll have to amend this one, and if the staff can help us to amend this as follows. And what this one is similar to District 3, is there were some areas similar to what you just described, Councilor Friebokorn, that were past sponsorships that I had that didn't have my name on them, so we had to clarify, so we're adding those in. We will add the amendment to include that void that we just created through the last amendment. So, do you have that amendment prepared, or, okay.
Madam President, Ms. Rumler is adding that amendment now, so it would be line 5 on page 7, line 30, entitled Community Recreation, increased by 97,000, not 7. And the table under the explanation would include the Southwest youth programming.
Okay, perfect. So I would move floor amendment number 1 to floor amendment number 14. There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1. Is there any discussion? Oh, Councilor Friebokorn.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I might be being confused, but it was the Southwest Educational Partners Technical Training RFK High School 125 that we deleted from the last one. And so it should be 125.
Oh, yes, you're
not
right.
90.
Yeah, you're correct.
The last one that we just did was for RFK High School Technical Training, 125,000. So on this one, it should be increasing 125,000.
Madam Chair, Councilor Friebokorn, that would bring the total up to 300,000. The last amendment, we struck that line. So we didn't actually take money away from the RFK line item. We struck it from the amendment.
Right. So to
And we
balance
struck
that
the
out, shouldn't it
90,000
be
as well.
100 and, we didn't do anything to 90,000. We did something to 125.
Councilor Friebokorn is correct. So what we did in the last amendment was we deducted 125 from the amendment, which left the rest of the items void, 125. So we're going to carry that over to this amendment, which would be 125, along with whatever items equal 125 on the last amendment.
Madam Chair, can I bring up the last amendment, just so I have that clearly written?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it should just be 125, 125.
It should be just the bottom 125, not the Southwest Youth Programs for 90. I don't know what that is, and I am not touching that.
Uh-huh. So we have a few more to go. We're starving. I'll make a motion to table this item until we can get this cleared up. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Bassan to table amendment number 1 to floor amendment number 14. So we'll be tabling floor amendment 14. So all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion carries. So we are now on floor amendment number 15. Oh, my Lord. Okay, so now we have to table floor amendment number 14. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. So we have tabled 2 items.
Three actually.
3 total, but 2,
We have this.
What?
A first. We have A also.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, yes, yes. I was referring just to this.
Yes.
So, yes, we are getting to you, Councilor Rogers. So we are now on floor amendment number 15, labeled Q in your packet. This is Councilor Baca by request, and I think he has an amendment to this too.
President.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
Thank you, Madam President. This is by request. And I'm going to need a little bit of, so we need to make an amendment to reduce the 40,000 from the Gathering of Nations. So I'll need a little bit of help from the administration. How do you want this written out? For an amendment?
I think our staff can do that. I think our staff can do that. So that's another one. Would you like us to table this item too, so we can just move forward? Okay, so, so want to make a motion to table?
Motion to table the amendment or just the motion?
There's a motion, a second.
Madam President, who was the second on the initial motion? To move floor amendment number 15?
The second was Vice President Champagne.
Thank you.
I usually write it down. And there's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers to table floor amendment number 15. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now on floor amendment number 16. Councilor Grout by request.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not going to read all of this. This is by request. And even, okay, the explanation. I'll just go to the explanation. This amendment appropriates funding for Triple H for properly aligning appropriations with the associated programs and the net effect in an increase of $2,243,000. This increase will offset this by the savings of $1,243,000 from radio subscriber fees covered by the state of New Mexico and an appropriation of $1 million from the general fund balance, which was created by the committee of the committee amendment number 1, CIP indirect overhead rate of 5%, and passed at the third committee of the whole meeting. $325,000 in radio subscriber fee savings will revert to the respective non-general fund. And I ask for a second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 16. Councilor Grout.
Thank you. I would ask the administration to just go over this, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Noel.
This is the amendment that was introduced in the COW meeting and was tabled until this meeting, or withdrawn, I'm sorry, until this meeting. And so basically, as it reads, I don't know if you want me to read all the items here. But basically, items 1 through 9 are actually the appropriation for Triple H, and then items 9 through 30 are the reduction in DTI subscriber fee or radio subscriber fees for DTI. And as it indicates, the total DTI subscriber fee reduction is $1,568,000. However, as Councilor Grout read earlier, $325,000 of that cannot go to Triple H because those belong to the non-general funds, and so we can't appropriate those. But overall, I have tables on the back to kind of help with the mathematics. I think there was an issue with that last week, and so the way to really look at this is that, and as I indicated in the first table, there is at the top the overall this is the table labeled adjustment detail for reconciliation. The overall Triple H appropriation will be $7,153,000 by this amendment, and it indicates what lines in the detail total to that amount, and then the net appropriation that this will actually give to Triple H from this legislation, because there are some neutral movements within the department that they've already been budgeted in Triple H, and the department wanted them to be moved to the correct programs. And so the net appropriation by this legislation, which will be new money coming into Triple H, is $6,023,000.
Thank you. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for that explanation. Understand.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to correct one thing that was said. This is not the amendment that we did not vote on at our last meeting. Our last meeting, I asked that the administration go back and do more work on it because transit is not a piggy bank and we cannot continue to take money from transit when the COW chair is spending so much time and energy trying to get more money into it. And so this before us does not include those cuts. We went back to the drawing board, came up with a much better answer that does not impact the things that we've heard from the community over and over and over again for the last month or so, are vital and really important. And so I just wanted to clarify that for the community, because this is not the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 16. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no?
No.
So now we are on floor amendment number S, and that will now be labeled number 17. We're almost there. Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I still need to move this? Okay. Okay, floor amendment number 17 on page 3, line 28, entitled Early Retirement, decrease the amount by 835. 850, okay. 850K. This amendment decreases early retirement to provide sufficient available fund balance. I need a second.
We need to do an amendment to that. It says 500 on the amendment.
Yeah, we're going to have to amend it.
Do we have to amend this one? Okay. Okay, so I'd like to move floor amendment number 17 on page 3, line 28, entitled Early Retirement, decrease the amount by 500,000.
Second.
Okay. Now can I?
Hassan? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Counselor Grout.
Madam President, I would like to move and make an amendment to the amendment, floor amendment 17, decrease the amount by 850,000.
There's a motion and a second for floor amendment to floor amendment number 17 to change from 500 to 850, and there was a second by Counselor Bassan. Counselor Grout.
Thank you. This, with the amendments that are happening, that are coming from everywhere, it's making it so that's what we have to do, so that we have a balanced budget. I urge your support.
Any additional questions? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I support this. Do we have a running total on the fund balance now? With this amendment?
Madam Chair, Counselor Feeblecorn, there are a couple other amendments that haven't been
Right, I'm asking about
processed
right
yet.
now.
Right.
Let me look at that for you, please.
Would you like us to table this and make this the last amendment so that you can get everything that passed and didn't pass? That way you have a definitive number?
No, I have one, another one.
Okay. Never mind.
Madam Chair, Counselor Feeblecorn, 557,000.
Thank you.
Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
So this is on the amendment to floor amendment number 17. It's amendment number 1. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now we are back on floor amendment number 17. Counselor Grout.
I urge your support.
All those in favor of floor amendment number 17, raise your hand. Raise your hand and say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now we can go to floor amendment number T?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
And I don't have that one, so.
Madam President, I move to suspend the rules to introduce a floor amendment T. It's right here.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules, and that's a 2/3 vote, correct?
Yes.
For
To suspend the
to
rules.
suspend the rules to introduce floor amendment number T. Any questions? All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Counselor Grout, floor amendment number T, which will now be labeled floor amendment number 18.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment number 18 is by request on page 11, line 1, entitled Administrative Services, decrease the amount by $443,000. On page 11, line 3, entitled Collections, decrease the amount by $89,000. On page 11, line 8, entitled Refuse Disposal Capital Fund 653, decrease the amount by $3,173,000. And on page 11, line 2, entitled Clean City, increase the amount by $3,705,000. The amendment appropriates $3,705,000 to Clean City programs for encampment cleanup expenses.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 18. Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to defer to Mr. COO, Mr. Whalen, to talk about what we're doing here.
Madam President and Councilor Grout, thank you. What this amendment does is it reduces a certain amount, the $3 million that is being transferred into capital, our 653 fund, to properly fund other expenses that we have in our Clean City program that address encampment cleanups. The amount that is being decreased from the 653 fund, which is capital fund, is funding that will not be needed in the current year, as several of those line items are already funded for the current year and for the year that's subsequent years. So that what this does is just allow us to make sure that our Clean City program can continue to function accurately, not accurately, but continue to function and provide the level of service that we have been providing.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Lewis.
And Madam Chair, so Mr. Whalen, you all raised every trash fee pickup for residential like by $1. I think it was 2 years ago, and it was specifically for this line item, and I think it raised about $3 million. So, is that cost just doubled? I mean, is it more than doubled the cost to clean up after tent encampments?
Council President and Councilor Lewis, I think that was back in '22, and the actual amount that was raised by that fee increase was around $2 million. And that was to begin our encampment cleanup division within our Clean Cities Department, and the cost has continued to increase as we have continued to expand that program and include other areas that we are doing.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question. So this can only be spent on encampment cleanups, or is it just specific, is it going into the Clean City program as a whole? So it could be used on litter, weeds, other things, or is it only encampment cleanups?
Council President and Councilor Rogers, our Clean Cities Division is the main division. It has subdivisions, which would be our encampment division as well. So they all work on clean cities as far as cleaning out the city. This would be to address a lot of our major concerns within our encampment cleanups throughout the city.
Thank you, Madam President. So all 3.7 million will be used for encampment cleanups?
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, yes, expenses related to our encampment cleanups.
Thank you, Madam President. Just, we can find money to do more encampment sweeps, but we can't find money to house people. Just wondering about that. Thank you.
Seeing none, all those in favor of floor amendment number 18?
As amended.
As amended, raise your.
No, this one wasn't amended, sorry.
Okay. In favor of floor amendment number 18, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. 7-2. Okay. So then we are going to do a couple of cleanups that we have to take care of, Councilor Rogers, but I think we are going to try to address these real quickly. I'll go with Counselor Baca. So we will untable, I'll make a motion to untable floor amendment number 15. There's a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. All those in favor, say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. So do we have an amendment for this amendment? Not yet. Maybe it's time to take a break while everything gets taken care of, Madam President.
We're almost done, Counselor Baca. If this one isn't completed, we already untabled it. We're not gonna table it again.
Table it.
Madam Chair, Counselor Baca, I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, we needed to do an amendment.
We are on floor amendment number 15,
Yes.
and you were going to remove the 40,000 for the Gathering of Nations from that amendment? So you would decrease it by, to 120?
Madam President, if I could make a suggestion, oh, they have it, okay. I think we wanted to. Okay. Thank you.
Don't you dare suspend the rules to extend the meeting. Vice President Champagne.
Thank you. While they're conferencing and stuff, I just have a kind of off-the-wall question for the legal team or even the budget team, but these are by request that's coming from the administration, is that correct?
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, that's correct.
Okay, so and this is, city charter, and if the lawyers want to chime in, that'd be great, but the administration comes down with a budget, they give it to us, we then do our thing and give it back to them. So why is it that the administration, after we pass a deal, comes in and does more manipulation to their proposed budget?
Oh, that's.
I'm just curious, is that part of the charter? Is that something where they can,
Mr.
we
Motzko.
want this, but then when you manipulate it, we want to come back and manipulate it back to the way we want it?
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, per the charter, any budget amendment, whether it's capital or operating, can be amended up until 5 o'clock of the night of the meeting being heard. Should the administration want to try to change their proposed budget, as long as they have a sponsoring counselor, they can introduce those amendments by the counselor. In this case, it was by request. I can tell you, and I'm sure Committee Chair Grout would agree, we got multiple requests on Saturday. She decided to sponsor several and not others.
Okay. Madam President, unless you guys are ready to go, I can ask them out the deal.
Madam Chair, President Champagne, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
You guys were confirming something along with this amendment. Are you done confirming it and ready to go, or are you still manipulating their numbers?
Counselor, Vice President Champagne, you can ask your question, then I have a question from
Okay.
Counselor Grout.
Yeah, they're not done. So then when we vote on this and it goes to the mayor, and he can line item veto the things he doesn't like, correct?
Madam President, Mr. Vice President, only what's in the resolution. These amendments are changing numbers in specific programs Therefore, if the mayor were to line item a dollar amount in the budget bill, it is a wholly destructive act, and he can't use that money for other programs. That funding, were it to be in 110, would go into the general fund balance table, and it would drop to the bottom, and that program would not have any funding. But he can't, Madam President, Mr. Vice President, he can't change the numbers. It is either a V number or 0.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the leeway, Madam President.
Thank you, Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question about the last line item here. It says for a total of $200,000 for 516 Arts is stipulated in their operating agreement for 508 First Street. What is their operating agreement?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I believe Director Sanchez is here and she could speak to that.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, a few months ago, we passed, City Council actually approved the operating agreement with 516 Arts for the newly renovated space on First Street at the 508 warehouse. And so as part of this, it is structured in the same way that Explora's public-private partnership is structured with the City of Albuquerque.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that explanation. I think it's always important that we follow through on those agreements. But I'm just such a fan of also the park management and making sure that our parks are taken care of. So I just wanted to verify, but now I understand. So we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Baca to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So we're good? Everyone agrees with this one? This amendment? Staff? Is this done?
No one's answering.
I don't know, maybe just kill the amendment. I don't need to deal with this one.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, this one is by my staff, okay.
Okay, so this would be floor amendment number 1 to floor amendment number 15. Councilor Baca, would you want to move the motion for floor amendment number 1?
I think everyone's good. Yes, I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, I'll second that. I'll second. So, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just confused. So if we're striking the 40,000 from the explanation, don't we need to strike 40,000 from the top numbers somewhere?
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, no, they needed to strike it from the bottom, but I think the issue is in the explanation. It says the amendment increases, and I could be wrong, the amendment increases non-recurring funding in arts and culture by 120. I think we're trying to reflect that it actually is 160. So in the explanation, I think that number should actually be a 6 and not a 2. And then we're striking the Gathering of Nations, and we did not include that in the line above because it was money that was already in Arts and Culture's department budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, Councilor Baca to close.
Urge your support.
There's a motion and a second on floor amendment number 1 to floor amendment number 15. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. That's a 7-2, I think. Everybody would raise their hand. So, okay. And then now we are back on floor amendment number 15 as amended. Councilor Baca to close.
Urge your support.
So there's a motion is a second for floor amendment number 15. It was seconded by Vice President Champagne as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. That passes on the 7-2. So now we are on, so I don't know what comes first, the chicken or the egg, but I will make a motion to reconsider floor amendment number 13. There was an error that they took out the 90,000, so we have to add the 90 back in, and then the 125 to the next one. So there's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne to reconsider floor amendment number 13. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. So now we are back on floor amendment number 13. And so now I would make an amendment to floor amendment number 13 that actually increases, do you have the language? Increases the 90,000.
Madam President, so as Ms. Rumbler is adding into what's on the screen, because the previous amendment did strike the 90,000, we are putting it back in with this amendment. And that is indicated with the bold, red, and bracketed text.
Okay, let me know once it's completed, because for the public, for the record, it should be very clear.
Madam President, as indicated in the explanation, the $125,000 for the Southwest Education Partners Career Technical Training RFK will be coming out of the last of the fund balance.
Okay, so with that, hopefully that's sufficient for the record. And was there a second? There was a second by,
Yeah,
was there? There was a second for floor amendment number 1 by Councilor Grout. And it's on the record. And all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, same motion. Motion carries. So now we are back on floor amendment number 13 as amended. And there was a second by Councilor Grout. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, same motion. Motion carries. So now we have 2 more, and then we get to have dinner, and then we are going to take public comment afterwards. It'll give you guys time to digest all those amendments and adjust your comments accordingly. So we are now. Okay, Councilor Tejas has 1 more amendment. So we have 3 to go, so we're going to do Councilor Tejas' last. But right now, we are on floor amendment number 14, and I would make a motion to untable floor amendment number 14.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grouten or VP Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now, I would really need the staff to read this into the record so it's very clear. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Madam President, as the body tabled this amendment, we were going to add on page 7, line 30, entitled Community Recreation, increased by 97,000 because that was the decrease from floor amendment 13. So because we reconsidered 13 and put the 90,000 back in, we don't have to increase it in this amendment. So this amendment hasn't been amended, and this is your amendment, so it changes the various, if you could scroll down, the animal welfare, and then
So does
community
this
event
make,
centers.
we're trying to make whole the RFK?
Madam President, RFK was made whole with the last amendment because we were
Oh,
taking
because we
from the
increased that.
fund
Okay,
balance. Yes.
okay. So I would move an amendment to floor amendment number 14, which has been read into the record by the staff. So is there a second?
You're going to make an amendment to number 14, or just move
Do I
number
need to?
14?
You don't need to.
I don't? Okay. So then we just need to vote on it?
Yes.
Okay.
I need a motion.
So there's, I'd make a motion for floor amendment number 14. There's a second by Counselor Vincent for floor amendment number 14. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Opposed, say motion. That carries. Now we are on Counselor Rogers, and I hope we were able to resolve some questions there. So we would, I can move to untable floor amendment number 1. There's a second by Counselor Rogers. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Counselor Rogers, back on floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to get floor amendment number 1 up on the screens. Just want to make sure it's the version I just emailed the team from the administration in collaboration. I don't think this is the correct one. Garrett, I just sent it to you in email. Just want to make sure we get the correct one, because our team worked on it. I sent it to the administration to double check. They sent it back. I sent it back a third time, and now we're here.
That's not the one.
So it's the very last
Chair,
one
Counselor,
Garrett
that's not the
just
one.
received. Thank you. And so this amendment, refresh.
And just for the record, there was initially a floor, a motion, and it was second by Counselor Tejas, just for the record, just as a reminder.
Thank you,
Madam President?
Yes.
Just
Mr.
like the
Motzko.
other amendments, because we can amend this amendment, we need a motion to, once we get it on the screen, amend
Mhm.
amendment number 1 to change the words
First
in
one.
the
Got it.
resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. As it comes up on the screen, I would like to make an amendment to amendment number 1. For on page 8, line 4, I'm just reading it as we're getting it up on the, with the following. Guaranteed basic income cohort 1 for $1 million. The marijuana equity and community and reinvestment, this is the amount that's in there, 2.9 million. And we're transferring other funds from operating grant fund 265 to 586 for housing voucher supportive services. And we have agreement on both sides that this is accurate, and I urge your support.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second for an amendment to floor amendment number 1. There's a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Is there any discussion? Counselor Rogers, close.
I urge your support.
Okay, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Opposed, no?
No.
Motion passes 5-4.
Madam President, if I may for a second, I'm not in opposition of the amendment. I just wanted to clear the record a bit. I was having discussion with Director Shahey, and I'll let him come up and speak, but I just wanted to confirm that the intention is continued, which is the funding was meant for the continuation of cohort 1 and the creation of cohort 2, and then possibly the creation of cohort 3. And so there is sufficient funding in the fund for that. And so I just wanted to turn it over to Director Shahey, but I understand why Counselor Rogers wants to ensure that it's set aside for cohort 1.
Point of order, Madam. We've already passed it. I would just ask that we move on. Thank you.
So you don't want to hear from You do not want to hear from the director?
I will go with whatever the president says, but I'm just saying we've already voted and it's, so, but I would defer to the Madam President.
Okay, I'll defer to you just to whatever commentary you want to make.
Madam President, councilors, looking through, my apologies, as I was looking at the 586,000, I thought that was going to be a reduction in our GPI pilot. However, that is not the case. We are, we'll continue with with continuity and consistency with the GPI pilot program for all cohorts.
So, thank you. So before I go to you to close, I just want to comment that, you know, it's just so hard to be making decisions here on the dais when we do not have for sure. So I would really like for us to, you know, revisit this amendment, because I don't want to add additional dollars at this time. And the only reason that I don't want to, this was actually my bill when we implemented it initially, and I really wanted to do it as a pilot program to see if it's something feasible before we started to grow the program. So I really have concern about adding more money, which sounds like we are based on the administration, but hearing from the counselor, it sounds like it's not adding more money. So what I would like to do is when we start looking at this and get a definitive answer, to come back, if it adds more money, I would like to decrease it, only because I really want a solid pilot that really determines whether this is feasible or not. Because once we start growing something here in the city of Albuquerque, then it's just continuously growing, right? Whether it's, and if we have measurable, I think, you know, Councilor Tejas talks about this all the time, about measurable outcomes. So that was my intent when I put the bill forward, is that I really wanted to see that it was beneficial and feasible and, yeah, all the things. So I am going to vote, just Councilor Rogers, well, I'm going to put it to you to close. I'm going to vote for it, but just knowing that, and for the public, knowing that I may come back and say, you know, no to expansion of dollars. So
Sure.
Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President. We've already closed and voted, and it passed, so just want to clarify that. Second,
No, actually, we did not.
I thought we did.
We did
on the
not.
amendment. Sorry, we haven't voted on the whole amendment, just the amendment to the amendment. Thank you for that. I think that that's exactly why I felt a particular way about the administration deciding to start other cohorts, right? It's completely different programs, two other programs that did not come to this body. So I agree with you. I wanted the pilot, the first pilot that we approved, to run its course. Let's get the data before we start other cohorts. This administration decided to take the money we appropriated and start two other cohorts, right? And so what I'm saying is, everything that I've looked at as far as invoices, I've talked to the contractors that they work with. I have an email from their deputy director saying they don't have enough for the third year. And so that's why I'm shoring it up, because we don't want to have these families say, sorry, city council didn't appropriate it anymore. Because I agree with you. I wanted that first pilot so we can do that work and then think about other pilots. And that's not what happened here. So I urge your support on this amendment, and I agree. I think if they come back with correct information, because you're right, we've been getting separate information, which makes it really hard to make decisions, then we can do that at mid-year cleanup. But I still feel strongly that these families at our schools need this funding.
Madam President.
I'm sorry, Director, she closed.
Okay.
So thank you so much. I appreciate all the input. So all those, we are back on floor amendment number 1 as amended, and
Madam President, pretty please.
yes,
Thank you.
she closed, so.
Okay, so are we good? Okay, because I've got a phone call saying that we needed to wait, and I wanted to make sure, and double checking.
We close the floor. So let's just close, because we're all getting kind of tired and we're getting hangry, and if there's not a Snickers around, we really got to take a break. So, and we have one more amendment to go. So, we are on floor amendment number 1 as amended. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, say motion. No. That passes on a 5-4. Yeah. Okay. And so now we are on Councilor Tejas for the final amendment of the evening.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate you saving the best for last. You can laugh, that's fine. You won't get in trouble, right, Madam President? Okay, so thank you. This is in your iPads, it's online. It is floor amendment L, which is 19. Right? Okay, floor amendment L19, on page 4, line 9, entitled Field Response, increase the amount by $750,000. On page 5, line 20, entitled Homeless support services, increase the amount by 500,000. On page 7, line 10, entitled Neighborhood Policing, decrease the amount by 2.5 million. On page 7, line 25, entitled Information Services, increase the amount by 250,000. On page 7, line 30, entitled Community Recreation, increase the amount by 1 million.
Second.
Thank you.
Oh, that needs to, can you put that back up there? I'm really trying to digest it and I can't find it here, so. Okay, Counselor Tejas to open.
Thank you. So this amendment is not a reduction in public safety investment. It's a strategic public safety reinvestment based on measurable return on investment and the city's own staffing realities. So it's reallocating a relatively small portion of neighborhood policing programs, specifically line items related to recruitment related, vacancy related, or projected underutilized recruitment appropriations. The reason I specifically outlined that it be from recruitment related or underutilized appropriation here is because it won't reduce field sworn officer positions, emergency response capability, investigations, or constitutional police compliance. What it does, it addresses a return on investment issues that we've been having. From fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 26, we've continued to invest heavily in recruitment incentives with very little to low return on that investment. And so specifically, we are, I'm reallocating to prioritize youth engagement and violence prevention through youth family services, behavioral health, and acute homeless response through ACS, homeless stabilization and navigation services through HHH, and independent outcomes tracking to ensure accountability and measurable results. It also strengthens oversight by requiring quarterly reporting on APD recruitment expenditures, academy enrollment and graduation, vacancy rates, attrition, retention, and cost per successful hire, while requiring outcome reporting from departments that are going to be receiving the reinvested funds. The purpose here is to increase public safety by using measurable return on investment reallocations. It's a very marginable reallocation to more long-term system sustainability matters. So I did have, in the past, I've had conversations with some of our commanders, with Chief Barker, with Executive Director Buhunda, and one of the things that we all can sort of agree on is a need to really strengthen the control environment of APD so that we can better address our recruitment needs, so those recruitment needs are actually efficient and we can do it the right way. This will allow us to track that while also reinvesting funds into evidence-based prevention and public safety programs that'll work right now while we develop a recruitment strategy that'll work for us in the long term later. I urge your support. Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 19. Who was the second on it again? I apologize. Councillor Feeble-Corn and Councillor Bassan and any other councillors.
Madam President, I've been told in the past that with programmatic budgeting that we can't actually dictate which specific portions of each department that we can pull from, and it's up to the department and the administration to be able to decide that. With that being said, I would really appreciate hearing from APD again on what $2.5 million would do to reducing the neighborhood policing. But as they come up, I would like to know what is, from our staff, what is the current line item as proposed for neighborhood policing? No, I'm sorry, thank you. Madam President, I would like our staff to tell us. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, currently in the bill, neighborhood policing's line item is $140 million and $56,000. So $140,056,000.
Thank you. Madam President, I'd love to hear from APD what $2.5 million would do to the department if we were to approve this amendment. Because I'm not saying I disagree with the other increases, but I absolutely disagree that this is not pulling from APD to give to other departments. And so I would like to know from APD what will this cost APD as far as staff or resources?
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, as I stated earlier, this would severely affect our staffing in field services. This amount of money could potentially take away staffing for 25 to 30 officers in field services. It also would affect our specialized units, like I mentioned before, our horse-mounted unit, K9, and our bike patrol, which all assist in the downtown area, any special events that we have. That would go to anything for those units as far as like veterinarian services and all of the supplies that are needed to address those units. And then as far as our staffing right now, currently in the pipeline, we are at 953. And I'm going to ask Deputy Chief Hernandez to address staffing with the police academies that we are holding. So last year alone, we had over 100 officers join our police department. We are on par to do that again this year. And we are seeing our recruiting numbers continuing to be successful. So, DC Hernandez.
Madam President, Council Bassan, as Chief stated, for the past 2 years that I've been in charge of the academy, we have tried to reach 100 officers, new officers every single year. We pretty much hit that. And I can tell you this time last year, we were at 30 officers that actually retired at this time. We're at 15 right now. I have 2 academies still set for July and September, to include possible 2 other lateral academies. So this would adversely affect, and what I want to explain to the council is taking this funding from just neighborhood policing. I want to tell you that our cleaning services and a lot of the services and supplies that we do for each area command is a budget of $2 million. We had gone from over $2.5 million the past couple years because we cut back. We cut back on things where we can try to save in order to move the department along. Right then and there, you take 2.5 away from this bucket, we're gonna have to find something else, because how are we gonna be able to clean, get supplies for our substations? So as the budget, you might say, oh, you can just take it from here, but we're gonna take it from somewhere to fill these, and not to include, as Chief stated, the contractuals. The contractuals that we have in order to have that operational for the department to move forward. So that's just a few things, Councilor Bassan, and hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, DC. Madam President, so would you say that with the what you just described as far as new officers in the academy, would you say that APD's recruitment-related appropriations are not necessary?
Say that again, Councilor.
So this amendment specifically says in the explanation that it's pulling money from neighborhood policing, APD recruitment-related, vacancy-related, or projected underutilized recruitment appropriations. Are you underutilizing and do not need recruitment appropriations?
We do need recruitment appropriations.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to go over the numbers one more time. Mr. Motzko, what is APD's full budget this year in the budget before us?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, it's not in the resolution, so I have to do some quick public math. It is, I believe it's $287-ish million. We're getting that number right now.
280 285,335,000 is the number of APD's budget. If you take 2.5 million and you figure out what percentage that is, it is 0.0087% of this department's budget. And I just want to remind us all that we have had department directors up here, transit, DMD, Parks and Rec, open space, animal welfare, all saying, we're being cut by 14%, 7%, 11%. And they all figured out a way to make it work. And we are saying that APD can't possibly live without 0.0087% of their budget? I just don't believe that that is true. And I think that that is incredible to say with a straight face, given what these other departments that are vital to our community have experienced in this budget process.
Councillor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. We are, Chief, can you tell us what we are as far as number of cadet graduates mid-year currently? And what the expectation was for FY26?
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, I'm going to defer to DC Hernandez.
So, Madam President and Councilor Tejas, your question was for this fiscal year, how many cadets we have graduated?
What was your recruitment goal, and how many cadets have you graduated?
I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head, but I can get those for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, DC. And Madam President, I didn't have those numbers either, but what I did have was from FY23, there was a goal that was funded for 1,100 officers. FY24 reduced that expectation to 1,040 officers. We did not hit that. It was 64 graduates is what we got to. FY25 continued aggressive recruitment goals, but I don't know what those goals were. But we did have 95 cadets graduate. FY26, I believe, was 100, actually, I don't know what the goal was, but mid-year we have 59. So again, this is not a question about, it's a return on investment and reinvesting where in services and programs that we know have a measurable impact right now, while also allowing us to do some objective and outcome measures so that we can properly identify where the gaps exist in our recruitment process. Because we have for 4 fiscal years not hit the goal. So we have to fix that. And that's what this amendment allows us to do because, again, as I mentioned, it has a requirement for oversight so that we can identify what is really happening, how can we better improve recruitment strategies. But in the meantime, let's use less than 1% toward funding activities and programs for public safety that actually work now. Because what we're doing with that 2.5 isn't working now. But we can hopefully figure out a way to do it at the same time.
Madam President, may I respond?
Sure.
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, I would just like to note that our recruiting, while we do get numbers in, some of those numbers as far as our sworn staffing goes down due to retirements and resignations. And so it's not only because of the recruiting numbers. And then I have spoken with Director Escobar, and I do think youth programs are very important. We have talked about that, but I would also just remind council that there are grant programs available for those as well. And then if Mrs. Long can please speak very quickly.
Thank you. President and Council Tejas, I want to clarify
The academy is not funded in FSB. They are under the Office of the Superintendent. So it is a different line item within the budget that I would like us to be careful of, because if you take it out of FSB, I am running them very thin as far as their operating budget. The recruitment is done out of the academy. The unions have, you're talking about specialty pay and certain things that are line item. They're within the union contract. I cannot back out of that. I have that liability to pay. So there's certain things you brought up I am concerned about. I'd be glad to speak with you and work with you on the specialty pay and where it's line item. But we do need to make sure that it's not coming out of FSB, but in the right program that the money is sitting in.
Thank you. I would like to see if we can get everybody to dinner break in the next 5 minutes. So Councillor Tejas, followed by Councillor Lewis, followed by Councillor Champagne, followed by Councillor Rogers.
Madam Chair, thank you. To be very clear, this does not touch any FSB funding. Nothing at all. It comes from neighborhood policing, again, directly related to recruitment related, vacancy related, or projected underutilized recruitment appropriations. So we're not touching any pay or any collective bargaining matters that are seeped into that budget. Again, this is less than 1% to go to programs that will work immediately while we collect information and data to figure out how we can give you that less than 1% back for better recruitment strategies in the next fiscal year. And, you know, so that's the purpose. That's how it was designed. And again, it's not to take away permanently. It's, again, just to reallocate to increase public safety immediately while we figure out how we can better utilize your recruitment funds to make your recruitment better and more effective. So quite frankly, it's a win-win for public safety and for addressing the recruitment challenges that we're having and finding opportunities how to make that better. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to move your money around. I don't support this, but I do think it reveals something about just your budget categories. When you have $140 million out of a $280 million budget that's called community policing, and you're not doing community policing, I think we lost the definition of community policing. I know and that's what I would recommend. I guess let's divide your budget down into a little bit more practical definitions of what you're really spending. And because if you call everything community policing, then it means nothing, especially when you're not doing community policing. I think you could probably make a case that you're doing aspects of it, but recruitment is not community policing, really, according to the original definition. But, you know, the mayor came up with that, you know, I guess 10 years ago, 8 years ago, and it was a very specific definition of what policing looks like within a neighborhood, you know, within a community. And when you have 10 officers on the streets at any given time in an entire Northwest district or any district in I mean, there's just no way you're going to get anywhere close to community policing. So maybe it's the hope of community policing, but it's definitely not. I mean, I honestly, I found that pretty incredible. That's a major category. It's $140 million in community policing is pretty wild there. But thank you.
Vice President Champagne.
Thank you. It says neighborhood policing program. It's different than the community policing program, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Of your $280 million that you have, how much is payroll?
I didn't hear the question. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I'll speak a little closer to the mic. Of your $285,335,000, I think is what it was, how much is payroll?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we're going to pull that up for you right now.
And I want an exact number. I'm kidding.
This is the estimate, right? President and Vice President, the amount that we're estimated to be $225 million is payroll.
So payroll is $225 million out of
Yes.
285. So you run a department on roughly $60 million. And that includes the 40 million with ShotSpotter, 35 million for ShotSpotter. That includes fuel for your cars, if you have cars, the ammunition, training,
Correct, sir.
canine, horses, because I think a canine's about 15 grand now, isn't it? That, yeah. Overtime, stuff like that. So you run a department on $60 million. And we're advocating, we always talk about how, we need to pay our fire, we need to pay police, we need to pay, well, we don't have to deal with teachers, but those as well. They need better pay. We need to be able to recruit. We need to be able to better pay. So roughly, so great job with $60 million.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question, just clarifying what this money will be. Is it just, to the sponsor, I think, is it just data collection and like reporting that data out? Is that what we're saying we're gonna use this funding for? So we did a little bit of this analysis when I was in equity and inclusion with APD. I was the equity liaison, and one of my tasks was to look at recruitment and find out where the gaps were. It didn't cost us $2 million to do that then, 3 years ago, and we were able to pinpoint what the gaps were, and we made 3 recommendations to the department. One recommendation was to change the Scantron reading test to actually bring it up to electronic, technology of the 2000s, which the department has done, which helped us recruit more officers. Not that we made it easier for them to read or those types of things. There was 2 other recommendations the department did not implement, but it didn't cost us $2 million to do that. So I just wanted to know what specifically, is it just data collection and visualizing data, or what exactly will we spend it on?
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. Madam President, no, so the oversight would be quarterly reporting on recruitment expenditures, academy enrollment, graduation, vacancy rate, attrition, retention, cost per successful hire, requiring outcome reporting on the reinvested funds, while also identifying market, what's the word when you don't get market analysis regarding recruitment between other agencies such as Rio Rancho PD, State PD, any other similar public safety organizations, so that we can identify where are the gaps and why we may not be recruiting, and could potentially be losing out to recruits going to other organizations, and how we can better address that so we can increase our recruitment processes and make sure that our recruitment expenditures and our recruitment strategies work in such a way that we actually recruit and retain.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. My last question for APD, the amount that you gave for personnel, is that just the officers we already have on staff, or is that for the whole 1,100 officers?
That's for the full 1,100 officers.
Okay, so what is it without the vacancies? What is because obviously we're not paying that out if we haven't hired 1,100 officers. So how much is payroll for current already hired sworn officers and cadets, together?
As of right now, in this year's budget?
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Because we know the 1,100 is not what we're actually going to spend. So I'm just curious. I would love for us to get to 1,100, especially in the Southeast. We need help.
We're at the 5-minute mark, so yeah.
Currently, ma'am, as President and Council Rogers, as of May 5th, we had spent $173 million as estimate. That does not have the projection, that's actual spent.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Tez to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is really important. Again, we did talk about how vacancies are spent. There is a memo back from April 2nd of 2025 between our Committee of the Whole Chair and our then Chief Police Medina about how vacancy funds are spent. And I'll let you guys look at that when you have a chance. You may actually remember that. But again, all of this does is gives us an opportunity to reinvest less than 1% of funds that are currently not being utilized to their best efficiencies and effectiveness to programs for public safety that have been proven to immediately increase public safety to their best and effective measures, while we get a chance to identify how we can better improve recruitment strategies and develop that, so then we can give this money back. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Tejas. So we are on floor amendment number 19. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, say motion.
No.
No. That fails on a 7-2. Did I get that right? Okay, so now we are back on R17 as amended 19 times. We are going to take a break and we're going to come back with public comment. So, and we will.
Do we have to table it?
Do we have to table? Okay, so we're going to have to table it. So give us a second, folks. And we will return back at 9:45. And so,
Madam President?
Councilor
Grau. I'd like to table, R 2617.
Second. There's a motion and a second to table R17 by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Oh, my Lord, my leaders. Welcome back, everyone. We are back on R17, and I would like to untable, make a motion to untable R17. Is there a second? There's a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries unanimously. So now, I think before we go to public comment, we're gonna make an adjustment, and this is Counselor Grau.
Madam President, I'd like to suspend the rules for an amendment, to make an amendment to floor amendment number 17.
There's a motion, a second to suspend the rules for floor amendment number 17.
Madam President, I apologize. My first budget where we're amending amendments, it's a motion to reconsider Amendment 17.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider motion, floor amendment number 17. I need a second.
So there's a motion and a second to reconsider floor amendment number 17 by Vice President Champagne. Counselor Grau.
So we just need to vote on it. We have to vote on it.
Oh, yes. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion.
Thank you.
Madam President, can I see the hands again?
Yes, and raise your hand. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam President, I'd like to offer a floor amendment 2 to floor amendment 17. We need to increase the amount to $1 million, and this so that we will have a balanced budget. And it should be on the screen. It's getting there. And I need a second.
There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for
There we go.
an amendment to floor amendment number 17. It's on page 3, line 28, entitled Early Retirement. Decrease the amount by 1 million.
Uh-huh. Yep. So with all,
So everyone has that. So Counselor Grout to open.
thank you, Madam President. With all of the changes that we've made this evening, this will get us, make sure that we are, have a balanced budget.
Okay, is there any discussion from other counselors? Seeing none, we will vote on the amendment to floor amendment number 17 that was seconded by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Now we are back on floor amendment number 17 as amended. Counselor Grau.
Madam President, I urge your support.
Any questions? Counselor Grau to close. Oh, comment? Sorry.
No on this, no on this amendment. Yeah, I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor Grau.
All those in favor?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to tell Vice President Champagne, there's only room enough for a few mistakes here tonight. So, okay. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
So now we are back on R17 as amended 19 times. Counselor Grout.
Oh, wait, do we do comments?
Well,
Oh,
public comment. I was going to ask you to open, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. First up is Francesco Artist, followed by Heidelisa Schultz.
Overhead, please. Audit's perfect, sir. Thank you.
Intentionally keeping critical positions vacant while forcing overtime at a higher pay rate, recklessly failing the obligation while holding the purse strings to be fiscally responsible. Cutting forced vacancy positions is the same as cutting jobs. You voted to double your take-home pay while spending millions for personal support staff to help do the work for you, while complicit in breaking the law to cover up laws were broken in the matter of Mayor Keller's illegal wall. Mayor Keller just went from giving City Council around $1,000 each last year to $1 million each, while we're supposed to be flat broke. Quoting the $0.1 million counselor who refuses to kiss the ring, turn yourself in.
Heidelisa Schultz, followed by Patrick Martin.
Good evening again, Madam President, councilors. Again, I want to speak on behalf of HopeWorks. I am the CEO of HopeWorks, and the needed funding for additional $100,000 for our day shelter services is absolutely needed to keep our community safe. The day shelter provides 300, an average of 300 unhoused and precariously housed individuals who suffer from mental health issues and addictions. And we serve all of those people with love and compassion and giving them with dignity. So, and also, we also make sure that the 3rd Street on the Wells Park neighborhood is safe, free of litter and loitering, and we provide safety for all of our community residents, our neighbors, and of course, our staff and the people that we serve. So please adopt the budget tonight. Thank you.
Patrick Martin, followed by Melinda Montoya.
Council President, City Council, my name is Patrick Martin, President of Bike ABQ, the local bicycle advocacy organization here. Not even a year ago, Caleb Van Landingham was struck by a driver on a bike crossing on the 6-lane Carlisle Boulevard. The city quickly committed Vision Zero money to improve crossings, including that crossing. And last fall, this very council, Councilor Tellez is excused, voted unanimously to commit all automated speed enforcement revenue to Vision Zero traffic safety improvements. And now look where we are today. The committee of the whole, this committee advancing a budget that raids $2.2 million of this very same money for other purposes, just a week after another cyclist was killed on Carlisle Boulevard, only a couple miles away. Instead of supporting Vision Zero projects to make crossings safer 24/7, you want crossing guards to make them safer just a couple hours a day. To be sure, crossing guards are valuable, but Vision Zero means 0 traffic fatalities, not just 0 for the couple hours that the guards are there. That is only possible with engineering improvements. Leave the money where it belongs in Vision Zero.
Melinda Montoya, followed by Austin Schuberth.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. I'm here to speak again just on protecting the funding for Vision Zero and roadway safety efforts here in Albuquerque. Albuquerque has a significant number of roads identified within the high fatality network, meaning our major corridors continue to experience serious crashes, severe injuries, and preventable deaths. And addressing those risks requires sustained long-term investment in safer infrastructure, education, enforcement, and implementation. So that dedicated funding matters because policy alone does not create safer streets. Protecting funding is what allows communities to move from intention into real-world improvements that people can see and experience every day. And these investments benefit everyone on the road: drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, children, families. And I just really urge that you continue to commit to roadway safety and preserve as much funding, if not all, to end traffic deaths. Thank you.
Austin Schuberth, followed by Althea Atherton.
Hello, I am Austin Schuberth, a resident of District 9. First, thank you for all your work in updating the budget and restoring some of the funds to Vision Zero. However, I would like to ask you to restore the rest of the funds to Vision Zero. Last week was the worst of times, it was the best of times. Hearing about a cyclist being hit and injured was the worst. Hearing about a woman on an electric scooter being killed in a parking lot was the worst. Hearing about another cyclist being killed by a driver who drove off without calling in an ambulance was the worst. Despite all these preventable injuries and deaths, Bike to Work Day last Thursday saw an amazing turnout. Where I volunteered at, seeing around 60 to 70 cyclists stopping by our table was the best. Seeing about 24 pedestrians stopping by was the best. Seeing mothers and fathers taking their children to school either by foot, by bike, or by bus was the best. So all the people that I saw on last Thursday deserve to have a safe streets without fear of injury or death, as well as everyone else in town. I believe these funds are best spent on Vision Zero projects and will keep us all safe. Thank you.
Althea Atherton, followed by Grace Dukes.
Madam President, I want to thank you for and applaud for every cent that Transit and Vision Zero has been given back as part of this budget process. Every bus rider, every child, every person who cannot drive is inherently a vulnerable road user too. We're part of Vision Zero. We do not accept a framing that we can either have Vision Zero projects we need, or the crossing guards we need, or the bus drivers that we need to restore our transit to 95% of service levels. We do not accept that funding crossing guards is the same thing as roadway design changes to save lives. Because Vision Zero is not a prayer. Vision Zero is a promise. Of course, a program like that can't promise outcomes, but it can promise to take us seriously. It can promise to not divert the sources of automated speed enforcement into lower impact interventions, and it can promise to use systems thinking when we're trying to address systemic issues. I implore you to remember that every pedestrian fatality, that was once a child. Every cycling fatality, that was once a child. And every single traffic fatality was once a child. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Donald Porter.
Can I have the overhead, please? Can you zoom it out a little bit? Okay, so I came here on May 7th and I gave you a briefing. It was 2 pages front and back, here with 1 page. And now to you all, I still have major concerns with the budget, including a brand new major legal concern about this automated speed enforcement Vision Zero robbing. This violates both New Mexico state ordinance and the Albuquerque traffic code update that you all voted for unanimously 6 months ago. ASC will be devastated by this cut. It's illegal, opens you up to a lawsuit. Please fix that. Thank you for giving some more money to the Inspector General and the biopark. Animal food, still non-recurring. That needs to be fixed. You had an opportunity to restore the remaining missing funds from transit, and you just refused to do that. Structural deficit in senior services provider fund has still not been fixed. So what's going to happen is people are going to continue to suffer, and there's not going to be any services for the unhoused beyond Montgomery. But what we really need is another aquatic center with a roof that's fancy and opens and closes and wastes water during a water crisis. Corrales doesn't even have water. What the heck are we doing here?
Donald Porter, followed by John Philpott. John Philpott, followed by James Shanley. James Shanley, followed by Laura Cunningham.
Madam President, councilors, I tend not to view members of the City Council as an afflicted and oppressed segment of our population, but after delving into the 2027 budget document and following Committee of the Whole review meetings and listening to tonight's proceedings, I am inclined to offer my condolences for enduring a process justifiably compared to a root canal. However, what I would ask all of you to remember when you refer to the tightness of this budget is the fact that had this city from 2019 through 2026 controlled its annual spending growth rate at the same level maintained between 2007 and 2018 with revenues as realized, you would have started this 2027 budget process with a surplus of $2.2 billion. If our city today was growing and thriving commercially and not beset by a homeless crisis, that would not matter. But in Albuquerque today, it most certainly does. Thank you.
Laura Cunningham, followed by Caleb Pender.
Madam President and honorable members of the City Council, thank you for finding money for animal welfare. I have more numbers from you, sadly, from the data dashboard. Last week, our 2 shelters received 177 dog intakes. Of those 177 dogs, 82 were strays. Of those 177 dogs, 46 were owner surrenders. Of these owner surrenders, how many were a result of citizens simply not spaying and neutering? And now they have unwanted litters of puppies and dogs, and where are they going to put them? Dump them on the mesa, in the neighborhoods, back at the shelter as strays. And then in 6 months when their dogs are in heat again and again and again. In our shelters last week, 32 dogs were euthanized, 32 innocent lives gone. This is horrific and unacceptable, and I implore Mayor Keller to work with you to keep the funds you put in place for animal welfare. Thank you.
Caleb Pender, followed by Kara Unale. Kara Unale, followed by Michelle Gaidelis. Michelle Gaidelis, followed by Miranda Cedillo.
Good evening, President Pena and council members. Thank you very much for your hard work on this budget. My name is Michelle Gaidelis, and I live in District 6. I just want to thank Councilor Rogers for reading the names of the people we lost on our streets last week. Those are not just statistics; those are our neighbors. I also want to thank Councilors Grout and Feeblecorn for returning some of the speed enforcement revenue to Vision Zero. It should be all. You guys might pass out for a moment, but I want to agree with Councilor Lewis on his creative financing ideas of bonding out measures like Councilor Bassan's swimming pool, which I think is actually needed in this town. It will actually boost the revenue, boost the economy a little bit. It's always nice to see extra GRT on the books. And also I wanted to thank and agree with Councilor Champagne. I agree that we do need to move these projects forward quicker. It's a problem all over the country. Anyway, I have more information on Vision Zero, but I just wanted to thank you guys. It's a lot of hard work. I've been through budgets before, but this takes the cake. Thanks.
Miranda Cedillo, followed by April Chalet.
Good evening, Council President Pena and City Councilors. My name is Miranda Cedillo, and I work for Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless, and I live in District 7. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that you continue to prioritize and sustain funding for permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing vouchers to ensure the long-term stability and success of these life-saving programs. Albuquerque, as you know, is experiencing a severe housing crisis. Too many families are struggling to remain safely and stably housed, due in large part to the severe shortage of affordable homes for people with the lowest incomes. For people, this is truly a life or death issue. Every additional day spent unhoused significantly increases the risk of violent victimization, worsening health conditions, and early mortality. People without homes are 25 times more likely to experience violent victimization than someone who is housed, and die on average 30 to 40 years earlier than those also housed. The Urban Institute report commissioned by the City of Albuquerque recommended closing the city's 15,500 unit affordable housing gap by preserving existing affordable housing. I appreciate your efforts to protect this funding and the existing vouchers, but I also encourage you to make a continued investment in sustainable funding strategies to ensure these programs life-term.
April Chalet, followed by Joel Villarreal. Joel Villarreal, followed by Jasmine Arias.
Madam President, members of the City Council, I come here tonight to say thank you to you all for all your hard work. As you know, our city conducted a class and compensation study 3 years ago, which showed that many of our job titles were at the bottom rung in compensation and competitiveness here in Albuquerque. At the time, several positions were below the minimum in the market. Last year, with your support and the support of the administration, we make sure that at least to bring our workers up to the minimum. However, many of these titles are still currently under the 15th percentile of the market. Our union's main goal has been to make sure our employees are being paid a fair wage for their work. The budget amendments passed last week move us a long way towards that goal, and we commend you for your commitment on seeing it through. It was refreshing seeing our counselors working together from both sides of the aisle, especially in this politically divisive environment gripping our nation right now, in order to get this done. Yet it is our hope that sometime in the future, our city council will support a modest gross receipts tax, or whether it may be a mansion tax, in order to fund the projects needed here in Albuquerque without having to decide whether to fund these projects or to pay our employees. We can do both, and the mayor has expressed his support for this situation. Our community values the support and the services our workers provide. In fact, they want to see these services expanded. And it is our hope that something will be done in order to do that, because it's becoming increasingly difficult to balance both of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Villarreal. I agree. As great a job as Councilor Grout has done in this budget, the 25% gets you kind of up to par, but we still have a long ways to go. So I am hoping that the sponsors of the previous GRT could reconsider and bring that back. So
I would hope so too, ma'am. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Jasmine Arias, followed by Augustine Romero.
Well, it's been a fun night tonight, so I'll put some comic relief into this because I'm going to be up at negotiations tomorrow morning. First of all, thank you for everybody's hard work. I know everybody worked the weekend and the week before. My favorite part of tonight's meeting was when the mayor's amendment came in with all the cuts that Biopark and dispatch was quickly handed off, like my stepson handed me his homework at the end of the day. So that was exciting. I was disappointed to see the $88,000 in dispatch cut. As you know, we are still working 16-hour days. We are still fighting the forcing, and little things like reading has been taken away from some people in RTC downstairs, and I'm still fighting the little battles just to keep people happy and sustainable dispatchers at work. Just so you know, I just want to thank everybody for tonight. This is going to be a quick, short speech, but I know everybody's exhausted, and thank you for working together on this.
Augustine Romero, followed by Sam Grosso. Sam Grosso, followed by Caroline Stanzak.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. My name is Sam Grosso. I'm a District 6 resident and UNM PhD student, chemical engineering. I'm speaking to you today as a lifelong resident to urge you to keep ASE funds dedicated to Vision Zero. The reappropriation of these funds, first and foremost, would degrade public trust, as the camera's stated purpose is to be put towards Vision Zero. Putting it towards a general fund shift optics from a goal of public safety to a predatory, unaccountable stream of revenue off to citizens. Personally, I cannot overemphasize how many students depend on pedestrian infrastructure around UNM. Paradoxically, the infrastructure is so unsafe that we all almost get hit every single time that we are going to class, and I personally have been hit into oncoming traffic twice. Many students prefer to cross by jaywalking as it is safer than the current infrastructure. And what I want to emphasize with Vision Zero is that as an engineering student, we have a difference between engineering controls and administrative controls. And what we want is controls that cannot be overturned, and they don't depend on people and judgment of individuals such as crossing guards. These are inherently safer designs, and I would encourage you to keep those towards Vision Zero. Thank you.
Madam President.
Vice President Champagne, the dreaded.
I love my job. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules tonight and extend our meeting to 1 a.m. Now, I know we're not going to use all that, but I don't want to say this again tonight. So I'm thinking if I'm a forethought that in a challenge, don't use it to 1 a.m. But I want to make the motion.
I'm disappointed there was a second to that.
I'm going to be disappointed if we use all the time.
But with that being said, I would probably be more amenable to 11:30 just because, but there is a motion and a second on the floor to extend the meeting to 1 p.m. All those in favor? A.M. A.M.
I'm not going that.
A.M. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Opposed, same motion. So that's a 6-3, passes on a 6-3.
And Madam President, I apologize to the speaker for interrupting.
Caroline Stanzak, followed by Ralph Levine on Zoom.
First, thank you, Madam President and councilors. My name is Caroline Stanzik. I'm a resident of District 8. I am here today to implore you to continue using ASE funds for Vision Zero initiatives. As a previous UNM student and someone that uses my bike for my commute, pedestrian safety is disastrous. 34 Boqueños were killed in traffic deaths this past month alone. We need real permanent infrastructure, not temporary police and crossing guards. Police drag race squads could easily be replaced with real lasting infrastructure, like protected bike lanes, pedestrian crossings, and narrower streets, which reduce speeds for every car, not just when a policeman is present. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great rest of your night.
Ralph Levine, followed by Cheryl Gibson.
President Pena and members of the council, my name is Ralph Levine. I'm here to ask that you not approve this mayor's budget for Animal Welfare Department and instead approve the committee substitute. The mayor has reduced the AWD budget by about $1 million in real cuts. This includes the reduction of officers and other essential staff. With too few officers, AWD has not been able to respond to calls for help from the public. The population of our city has been increasing. The Humane Society of the United States did a study of AWD in October of 2000. Based on their guidelines, Albuquerque's current population should have 31 non-supervisory field officers. I believe AWD currently has only 23. This shortage prevents officers from coming quickly to calls for service, like loose or dangerous dogs, neglect of and abuse of animals, illegal puppy street sales, and so on. We don't want to see all the hard work and time that animal advocates and the city have put into improving animal welfare to be reversed by this mayor's proposed budget. Thank you.
Cheryl Gibson, followed by Diana Zamora.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you so much for this moment to talk. I ditto what Ralph Levine just said, so thank you for listening. I want to emphasize the importance of funding and supporting the cultural aspects of our city, which includes animal welfare department and bus transit and bus routes are very important. Arts and culture, libraries, senior and multi-generational centers, housing, biopark, and yes, AWD, we need funding for that, for adequate staffing and spay and neuter. And to show ourselves well, we need to be, polished in these areas to make our city an attractive place. So thank you so much again for your time this evening. And thank you all so much for your careful consideration of these items.
Mr. Cornelius, before we go to the next speaker, Councilor Grout wants to make a statement.
Thank you, Madam President. We just wanted to make a mention real quick that we looked into that 88K that you mentioned was a decrease. I want staff to explain that it honestly isn't one, so just so you understand, okay? So they're going to explain what the decrease is? Yeah, because it's important that you have it.
It's not a decrease.
It's not a decrease. Okay, but you're going to figure it, you're going to learn why. Okay?
Like I said, it was like my stepson showing homework that day, but I didn't
Right,
get all of that.
right.
Okay.
Ms.
Rumler.
Ms. Rumler, will you explain?
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, we believe that the acting budget officer should explain that decrease.
That's a good idea.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Madam President, Councilor, what is the question?
Yes, Madam Chair, Counselor, the $88,000 decrease is actually a reduction. It's a reduction in the allocation for the DTRS subscriber fees. The state of New Mexico normally charges us about $1.5 million in subscriber fees for radios. And this year, the state is waiving that charge. They're picking up the fee. And therefore, the way the budget process works is the analyst will calculate what that allocation is to the different departments. And this $88,000 represents the sorry, I lost the place where it was on the page. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the $88,000 represents the allocation that was going to dispatch, which I think, let me just check and see what department that is in. In fire dispatch. So that was just the allocation to the fire department for its dispatch fees, or I'm sorry, for its radio fees. So it's not a real reduction to the budget. It's just that the fire department doesn't have to pay that amount, therefore we just reduce their allocation.
Okay. Understand. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cornelius. Thank you, Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. Diana Zamora, followed by Benjamin Bean.
Good evening, Council, President Pena, and members of the Council. My name is Diana Zamora. I have a home in District 7. My granddaughter, Kayla Van Landingham, was killed at the crossing on July 22nd, 2025. Her life was taken, and our lives will never be the same. I'm here to support the preservation of the automated safety enforcement revenue for the Vision Zero and roadway safety projects. I don't want another family to endure what we will have to carry for the rest of our lives. Kayla deserved to live in a safe environment. She was a beautiful, vibrant, and kind person with her whole life ahead of her. Kayla cried for her friend, Rosanna Ruinger, who was killed after being struck by a driver while riding her bike. Kayla was killed in the same manner 2 years later on the same day. They were both employed at the Esperanza Bicycle Safety Center. Your decisions impact lives in a real manner. Thank you for your previous commitment to roadway safety through Ordinance 98 and Vision Zero, and I want to thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Benjamin Bean, followed by Teresa Storch.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and councilors. Let's see if I can. Well, I can't turn on the video. Anyways, thank you very much for all the hard work you've done on the budget. You guys have been doing an absolutely fantastic job. And I do sincerely mean that, especially with the budget that came down from the administrator's office. You have turned it around. A lot of the amendments that you've been passing tonight, I've been very in favor of as well. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much. And then specifically, I want to talk about the funding for Vision Zero. I think that this is really important considering that 3 pedestrians were killed in the last week alone. We should find a way to fund Vision Zero. I know that means taking from somewhere else, but for me, this is a priority. Thank you.
Teresa Storch, followed by Connie Chavez.
Madam President, Council, first I would like to thank Councilor Grout for the leadership and the detail, or the attention to detail that you showed in this budget process. It was spectacular. And I'd also like to thank the whole council for leading off the resolution with the recognition of the need for city employees' pay to be increased and to focus on the pay of city employees. And specifically, I want to thank you for restoring animal welfare budget to a level that is much better than how it would have fared under the mayor's proposed budget. As the previous speaker said, it's still going to be a very, very difficult job for the staff. It's going to be difficult for people like me who are volunteers. There will be more euthanasias, but we're going to fight like heck to get those dogs out. Albuquerque loves its animals, and know that the animals and the people here need to be safe. So thank you very much.
Connie Chavez, followed by Gina Levi.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the City Council. My name is Connie Chavez. I'm the CEO at Heading Home. The reduction of $1.5 million in rapid rehousing and permanently supportive housing vouchers in the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 raises some concerns. Currently, Heading Home serves 134 households in our PSH programs, which include individuals, families, and families with children. These are Albuquerque residents with the highest needs and the greatest vulnerability. People living with disabling conditions, severe health challenges, and long histories of housing instability, who rely on this support to remain safely housed. Heading Home is on track to spend down all of the funding allocated to these programs by the end of this fiscal year, and urge you to keep the funding in place as originally requested so that we may continue to support these households for the entire year. Thank you.
Gina Levi, followed by Dorothy Otero.
Madam President, I would like to sincerely thank the city councilors for taking the time to listen to the community and for hearing the need for stronger support for animal welfare services. Thank you for amending the budget. Your willingness to hear concerns about animal overpopulation, shelter staff shortages, spay and neuter programs, and the need for more animal protection officers mean a great deal to those of us who advocate for the animals every day. Every investment made in prevention, education, veterinary care, and field services helps save lives and create a safer, more compassionate community for both people and animals. Thank you for recognizing these services. Services matter, and for giving a voice to the voiceless. Pause up.
Dorothy Otero, followed by Monet Silva. Dorothy, please accept promotion to, oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, she declined. Dorothy Otero, followed by Monet Silva.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Madam President, members of the City Council, across the behavioral health case management families housing PSH programs operated by Heading Home, we currently serve 98 households, including 127 adults and 84 children under the age of 18. In each of these 98 households, at least one member has a disability. One household is currently on hospice with a life expectancy of less than 1 year. A cut in funding for PSH programs would cause the displacement of these families and would leave 98 households without stable housing, and 84 children would lose both housing stability and educational continuity. Many of these families would be required to terminate their leases and would likely incur an eviction filing on their records, as well as court-ordered rent obligations and associated fees, significantly diminishing their ability to obtain housing in the future. I ask for your support to not cut or suspend any funding to the PSH programs. Thank you for your time.
Monet Silva, followed by Natalie Vargas.
Yes, Madam President and council members, my name is Monet Silva, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. The proposed budget will cut $1.5 million from the Housing and Homelessness Department that has provided housing vouchers for people experiencing homelessness, and the timing of this could not be worse. Federal housing assistance is already facing major cuts that we could see in New Mexico, losing over $12 million of federal funding. If this council cuts local funding at this time, we are pulling two safety nets out from under the most vulnerable people in our community at once. An amendment was introduced earlier tonight that $1.5 million would be prioritized later in the year if it was needed, and we thank you for that. However, providers are not able to plan properly for the year when full funding is not available to them. This not only impacts individuals experiencing homelessness, but overall operations of nonprofit agencies, which is exactly why we're not only asking you not to cut the budget, we're actually asking you to invest more. The system has real gaps. People are falling through them every day. Increasing the city's budget for homelessness response means more people housed and fewer people in crisis and a stronger community for everyone. I urge the council not to pass this budget as it stands and to take a better look at the impact that this will have on homelessness in Albuquerque. Thank you for your time.
Natalie Vargas, followed by Ralph Rons.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Natalie Vargas, and I'm the president of South San Pedro, a strategic planner and a parent and also a grandparent. I'm here tonight asking you to protect Vision Zero and safety funding. Albuquerque continues to face some of the highest pedestrian death rates in the country. Families in our neighborhoods should not have to fear crossing the street or walking children to school. Vision Zero funding supports life-saving improvements like hot lights, safer crosswalks, traffic calming, and pedestrian safety infrastructure. These are not optional projects. These save lives. Their community work and alleyway activations, we have firsthand seen how streets create stronger neighborhoods and safer pathways for youth and families. Every dollar taken away from these projects delays critical safety improvements in communities that are already feeling overlooked. As a parent and grandparent, I believe prevention must come before tragedy. We cannot continue waiting until more lives are lost to act. Please continue investing in safer streets, safer crossings, and safer communities for all Albuquerque residents. We are, after all, one Albuquerque. Thank you.
Ralph Rons, followed by Luis Sutherland.
Good evening, and I hope you also don't have to stay until 1 p.m. I've been listening to this meeting all tonight. Oh, Madam President and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Ralph Rons, and I do want to thank all of you for the hard work. I cannot even begin to fathom all the complications of trying to put together a city budget from the mayor's office, and then also all of your review in coming up with the amendments to restore things. I wanted to talk specifically about Vision Zero being continue to receive the funding from the automated speed enforcement cameras the way it was envisioned. So I thank you for trying to restore some of that, and hopefully it can all come back. I also wanted to thank Councilor Feeblecorn for her amendments that was able to restore, I think, $430,000 to open space. And also, I just agree with all the comments that were made previously by Patrick Martin, by Melinda Montoya, by the UNM PhD student in chemical engineering, and also most recently, Natalie Vargas. Thank you very much and good luck.
Luis Sutherland.
Madam President, council members, my name is Luis Sutherland. I'm a bicycle commuter and I live in District 7. I'm here to ask the council to keep our Vision Zero funds intact. I am very worried we'll begin a new precedent if we transfer these funds and use them elsewhere. If funds from red light cameras can't be used for a service or project without transferring this money, then it simply shouldn't be used for that service or project. We need Vision Zero to be a viable, established, and well-funded program. Albuquerque lives depend on this. So I ask again, please keep Vision Zero money where it belongs to build well-designed and safe streets. I've been riding by Constitution and Washington, and there's currently a project going on there. It's exactly where our Vision Zero fund should be going for projects just like that. It's an amazing project. Shout out to Councilor Feeblecorn for spearheading that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are back on R17 as amended 19 times. Counselors, do you have any questions? We will go through each counselor, and then we will have Counselor Grout close. So I don't see any questions. Counselor Grout.
Thank you all. Again, I want to thank you. It's been a pleasure working with my colleagues, fellow colleagues. I'm grateful for all of you, so thank you. This certainly was an historic 9th budget from this administration. I don't know if there's ever been a budget with this many discrepancies and outright omissions. We had a lot of challenges, but the level of knowledge and professionalism of our council staff is truly remarkable. Thank you. It's been a joy to watch them come together in collaboration to contribute their own expertise to make a better whole. I wish we could have included OMB in the process. When we first saw the mistakes, we reached out and asked to collaborate, but they chose to double down. The most important thing is having a structural, accurate, and balanced budget that's transparent and meets the needs of our citizens. Next is getting our employees paid properly. We need to take care of the people who take care of us. The Evergreen Class and Comp Study was done 3 years ago, and it showed clearly that we needed to take action. And it's time to get that done. And I do urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor Grout. With that, we will go to a vote. I know I'm not supposed to speak, but good job. All those in favor of R17 as amended 19 times, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That was 7-2. Okay, so with that, we will actually move on to R28. Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. R28 is establishing one-year objectives for the City of Albuquerque in fiscal year 2027 to meet 5-year goals and establishing reporting requirements. I move it to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for a due pass of floor amendment number 1 labeled A, that was labeled A in your packet.
Okay, so I just had it like 3 seconds ago, and now I can't find it, and there it is. Thank you. Okay, Madam President, I'd like to offer a floor amendment 1. It adds a new objective to the end of Goal 8. It provides a list of priority projects to the Fund 289 Automated Speed Enforcement Program. And that's that list, right? Yep.
Second.
Thank you.
There is a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1 by Counselor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Counselor Grout to close.
I urge your support.
All those in favor of floor amendment number 1, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now we are on.
Not everybody raised their hand. Can I show hands of in favor?
It was the dinner.
And in opposition? Thank you.
Okay, we are now on to floor amendment number 2. And this is actually mine, so I'd make a motion for floor amendment number 2, and this is to add 2 objectives to the end of Goal 8, governmental excellence and effectiveness, and number the objectives accordingly. Adjust city employee wages based on the increase of in cost of living. The increase in cost of living shall be calculated based on the percentage increase of consumer price index, all urban wage earners and clerical workers, U.S. average for all items or its successors index as published by the U.S. Department of Labor or its successor agency, HR, increase all city employee wages to the 50th percentile within the recommended pay ranges of the Evergreen Solutions July 1, 2024 class and comp study. So the explanation for this is this amendment adds objectives to require the city to propose a plan for city wages to be increased each year to at least the consumer price index and increase all city employee wages to the 50th percentile of the class and compensation study.
Second.
There's a motion and 2 seconds, one by Councilor Grout and one by Vice President Champagne. Is there any discussion? Seeing none? Councilor Lewis.
So the amendment, I know this is just the way the amendment was titled in the iPad, but it refers to minimum wage. And aside from what we just passed tonight and the changes, to city worker pay and the how does this relate to a minimum wage or a potential minimum wage increase?
So there is a bill for a minimum wage increase, and we're asking small businesses, not that it's going to pass, it's a proposed bill, but we're asking small businesses to follow this within that bill in order to, so I think at the city of Albuquerque, we need to walk the walk. So if we're going to ask small businesses to do that, we need to do that within the city of Albuquerque.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, we haven't asked them to do that. That's a potential bill, so I just think we might be, jumping ahead here on a potential bill that, may or may not take effect. And so, but at the same time, I can, if it's kind of like a sweeping thing that covers it and we have to do it now in case that were to happen, I see the reasoning behind it, but wouldn't that be something we can, if that did pass at some point, we can come back and make a statement that is all inclusive of that?
Absolutely, Councilor Lewis, but I think that passing it now just shows that it's one of our objectives as the city of Albuquerque. We have an ordinance that's being proposed, and if the ordinance doesn't pass, we can actually change this, but I think at some point minimum wage is going to go up. So I think that if we're going to ask small businesses to incur this cost, we need to do that cost. We need to do the same thing here at the city of Albuquerque, and it is an objective for when that does happen.
Well, Madam Chair, and I just, I think there may be some differing opinions when we get to that bill.
Correct.
And so, a statement that, to me, it's presumptuous on that bill there too. Again, I understand the reasoning and what you're doing here, but I think it is presumptuous that a bill like that would pass, and I think we should save that for that debate.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. And so the way, I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions. So this just asks us to make a plan for how we're going to get to 50th percentile, right? And so am I understanding the percentage increase of the consumer index urban wage earners is not necessarily tied to minimum wage, it's just saying we need a plan for how to bring us up to the 50th percentile based on the market study?
Correct.
Right, okay.
And based on an ordinance that we have proposed.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. And we brought in the ordinance that we're proposing, but the proposed ordinance doesn't just work off the percentage of increase on the PCI, it also, or on the CPI, it also increases it with a new calculation of CPI and HUD. So we're starting saying something that it's going to be based off of CPI here, but that proposal reads CPI and HUD. It's a different calculation.
I'm not sure that's, I don't know if the director, but I think that, or Mr. Motzko, whoever can answer that question, but this amendment was based on a proposed ordinance, and I'm pretty certain that the language was correct in here.
Madam President, city councilors, it's my understanding that the current minimum wage is based off of the CPI. So what currently is on the books is that particular, that's how they calculate the increase in minimum wage year over year. So that's where that number came from, or that particular thing came from.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Feeble-Corn?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted, I do want to say that this is not the language that's in the bill that will be coming before City Council. This is the current language in our current minimum wage bill. But I also just want to say, I think we can put a goal to pay our staff whatever we want. We should be paying staff what they're worth, and that's what this before us does. It has no relevance to whether another bill passes later or not. What's before us is that we should adjust city employees' pay to a reasonable amount each year to cover cost of living increases, and that we should work to get to the 50th percentile. And that's what I've been hearing everyone say we should be doing anyway. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilor Lewis? And then I will close.
Well, I guess I realize that it's not, the minimum wage is not specifically, it's referred to, but it's not said in the amendment, but it is, it's part of the title. Maybe it's part of the title of just how we're referring to it, so, but I guess that's neither here nor there. That's it, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. So, I urge your support on floor amendment number 2. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now we are back on the bill as amended twice. Councilor Grout.
We have one more, Councilor Taylor.
One more? I don't have that one. Okay. So we are now on floor amendment number 3. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. This is to add a new objective to the end of Goal 8, governmental excellence and effectiveness. Coordinate with City Council to review and revise Section 2-11-1 and the following ROA 1994 budget ordinance to improve transparency around general fund balances and enhance reporting on projected balances, including reserves, transfers, revisions, and adjustments.
Second.
Thank you. This amendment really just adds an objective so that we can coordinate with the administration on the budget ordinance to improve transparency and reporting. That's it, just so that we can coordinate on the budget ordinance.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, Councilor Tejas to close.
I urge your support.
So we have floor amendment number 3. There was a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Now we are back on the bill as amended 3 times over. And I don't know, Councilor Grout, if you want me just to go. Do we have anybody signed up to speak on this? We do?
We do.
Okay, let's do that first.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Susie Derby signed up to speak. Our Zoom signups are no longer present. So, Susie Derby.
Susie's not here.
Susie's not here.
Then that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. So we are now, councilors, any questions on R28? Seeing none, Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank budget staff or council staff again, Ms. Bradley. She worked with everybody. I mean, she was a little workhorse, calling all the departments, emailing the departments. So this was very much a collaborative effort, I believe, between the things that we want and then also, and then we reached out to the administration, to the different departments, and we changed things up. So we want it to work. It needs to guide us some. And the best thing is that we are trying to gain metrics, because we're always wanting to know, are the programs that we're doing, are they working? And we don't always have those answers. So we're trying to have some guidelines so that we know if we're spending our money wisely or not. helping the people that we're supposed to serve and spend the people that our taxpayer monies wisely. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Councillor Grout. So we have a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne for due pass of R28 as amended 3 times. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. So now we are on PT, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. P262 is adopting a proposition to be sent to the voters at the 2026 general election, proposing to amend Article 5 of the Charter regarding the appointment, removal, and independence of the city attorney and the city clerk. I'm going to say a motion for a due pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of P2. Do we have anyone signed up to speak on this? Any questions or comments by councilors? Councilor Feeblecorn to start.
I didn't even open.
Thank you, Madam President. Just
didn't
one,
open.
well,
Okay.
maybe two, but
It's
let's see
okay.
the answer to the first one. This sets up a committee of 4. I've never actually seen a committee of 4. It seems to be an easy thing to deadlock. And I was just wondering what the thought process for having 4 people on a committee would have been.
Councilor Feeblecorn, before there's a response to this, I have to apologize. I didn't ask Councilor Vice President Champagne to open. That was my fault.
Thank you, Madam President. It's pretty plain and simple. This bill proposes to submit a city charter amendment question to the voters this November 3rd. The amendment to the city charter proposes that the council must be approved, or proposed by the council must be approved by a majority of these councilors to push on through. This is the first of the public hearing meeting. There will be a second. It basically is saying that we want to go to the voters, have them decide if the way the current charter reads is that the appointment is picked by the administration and is put forth and approved by us. This would change it so that the appointment is made in conjunction with a committee and the mayor's office and then put forth to us for approval. It would then also make sure that the city clerk and the city attorney, their offices are independent from both council and the administration. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So then, Councilor Feeblecorn had the question, so I think that was responded to as well, so good. Any other comments, questions? Vice President Champagne.
Yes. To close?
Well, not to close, you're going to defer, so I didn't say to
Oh, yeah.
close, so.
I believe Councilor Feeblecorn had a question, though.
No, you answered it.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't believe I answered. Yes, make a motion to defer to June 1st.
Second.
There's a motion, a second, by Councilor Grout for deferral until our June 1st meeting. Is there any questions, comments? All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. 7-2. Okay, now we are on Vice President Champagne, R30, and I will not forget to let you open.
Thank you, Madam President. R2630, adopting a proposition to be submitted to voters at the next election to be held in the city of Albuquerque concerning the amendment to Article 5, Section 4 of the Albuquerque City Charter, providing the form of the question and the designation clause for such question on that ballot. This is a companion resolution to P262.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. Councilor Vice President Champagne to open.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, it's pretty simple. It's a companion resolution to P262.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. Councilor Champagne, Vice President Champagne.
Make a motion to defer till June 1st.
There's a motion and a second for deferral until our June 1st meeting by Councilor Grout. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, say motion. Motion carries. Was that was 8-1? Was that an 8-1? 7-2. Okay. Now, Councilor Rogers, we're on a roll.
Thank you, Madam President. R31 is appropriating funds within the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to support Juneteenth activities, and I move a due pass.
Second.
There's a motion in multiple seconds, but I will take Counselor Tejas. Counselor Rogers to open.
Thank you, Madam President. In our budget research, I found one of my council-directed sponsorships from this current fiscal year that would not be expended, and so I'm moving that into Juneteenth activities so that money doesn't go unspent, and I ask for your support.
Thank you. Any discussions? Seeing none, although, do we have any, yep, signed up to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. We have signed up Dr. Lisa Christopherson and Cheryl Gibson on Zoom.
President Pena, councilors, thank you so much for having New Mexico be a place where Juneteenth is not only celebrated, but it's one big, huge party and a fun fest, and it's diverse, and everybody comes to it, and we have a good old time, and it's very exciting, and thank you very, very much for being a city that values our diversity and our people coming together. Just one last thing, that Juneteenth is a lot of fun. We just would like for our security at the convention center not to chase our city councilor around and try and arrest her this next time. So Juneteenth could be a lot more fun. Woohoo! If the folks who are vulnerable and marginalized aren't picked on by the security guards. So yeah, we need more money, but we also need some understanding from our security. Thank you.
Cheryl Gibson on Zoom. Cheryl, would you please accept promotion to panelist? Cheryl, excuse me. She has declined multiple times. So.
Okay, sounds good. So, any questions, comments? Counselor Rogers to close.
I urge your support. Thank you.
So there was a motion and a second for a due pass of R31, seconded by multiple counselors, but we took Counselor Tejas. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So now we are on to R34, Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. R34 is amending an adopted capital implementation program of the city of Albuquerque by supplementing current grant appropriations and approving a new project for affordable housing. I move a due pass.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout for a due pass of R34. Counselor Rogers to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill I withdrew last meeting just because we needed to get some things correct with our state and the governor's office. Instead of being 2 million, we received 3 million. So we needed to update the paperwork and get the IGA fully executed, which has been executed in the packet. And we're really excited because District 6 is landlocked. So the 9 million that council helped me appropriate from HUD, it's been hard to find a place to actually deploy that housing, me being landlocked. So this will allow us to purchase the Shriners headquarters on Zuni to do affordable housing projects, some mutual aid projects, and it has a commercial kitchen for our food justice work. So it'll check more than just one box of housing for District 6. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor Rogers. So I think we're going to go to public speakers first. We have 5.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Lisa Christopherson, followed by Grace Dukes.
Thank you again. Affordable housing. We met this Saturday. A large group of us were able to meet. They had 6 recommendations in regards to housing. In addition to this, to expand housing first with permanent supportive housing, scale up rental assistance and housing vouchers, invest in street outreach and non-congregate shelter, replace zero tolerance with specific pathways with voluntary trauma-informed services, create unified data system with accountability, which I think will assist in being able to identify areas where we need affordable housing, where we need services. Currently in Ms. Bassan's area, there are very few services for unhoused folks. In fact, the transit doesn't even go in that area. Most of the stuff is downtown. That's where most people hang out. That's where the services are. And so we would like to have the affordable housing, that discussion, be centered around unhoused voices. They need to be part of the decision making, and they were part of this decision. Thank you very, very much.
Grace Dukes, followed by Skyline Superhero.
In a housing crisis such as ours, we have to use every single resource available to us. One of those resources is Councilor Rogers' amazing bill to support affordable housing. Some of us have a track record of not supporting more affordable housing, like voting down duplexes, townhouses, casitas in the IDEO Votorama Extravaganza Circus in February. We just had another one of those Votorama Extravaganza Circuses, and we're all tired. We're all confused. We just want a house. That's all that we want. This gives some people a house. That's really important. If you really care about giving everybody a house, because I'm pretty sure that you guys are going to vote for this, then we should stop criminalizing the homelessness. We should stop locking people up. We should stop putting people in a diversion program and saying that because, oh, we're arresting them and then we're putting them in the diversion program and getting them away from the criminal system that they just now interacted with. Oh, magical, diverted, gone. No, there are things that we can do before the diversion program, and putting a diversion program on it as a Band-Aid, not a good way to run a city.
Skyline Superhero, followed by Safeguard Superhero.
Well, in hindsight, this probably belonged on R17, but I digress because it's tangential to housing. So I've spent quite some time with our unhoused neighbors and spent some time unhoused myself. Needless to say, it's not easy out there even when you do get a break. I mean, you can feel how hot it is, right? Stand out there for a little bit. Actually, my bad. Walk endlessly out there for a little bit because that's reality now in Albuquerque for a lot of people. Facilities like New Day offer the exact kind of break people need from being in survival mode out there all day, and now the city wants to cut their funds and increase encampment sweeps? I mean, how are we going to criminalize people for simply resting on a sidewalk and take away the place they could have rested? What do you expect people to do all day? Just walk Trail of Tears style? Because you know New Mexico already has a bad history when it comes to long walks. We don't need any more. And we're going to handle that, but right now I'm here to urgently ask you to not cut funding for New Day and extend that generosity to facilities like that to help with housing. Thank you.
Safeguard Superhero, followed by Cheryl Gibson on Zoom.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to tell you a story about a friend of mine. This friend will remain unnamed. They are currently living in New Day. They were an A+ student throughout all of high school until they got brutally raped. That moment changed their life forever. They got kicked out of their own home and ended up on the street for years. Their only safety was in the military, where they were again punished and raped. That is an atrocity for later. However, right now, that person is currently living in a homeless shelter that is going without funding and is having funding cut. I encourage you and I beg you, please, we need to take care of our unhoused friends, our families. How would you feel if that was your daughter, your son, your child in any way, shape, or form, who, because of the choices of others, was forced to live in those shelters? Thank you.
Cheryl Gibson on Zoom. Cheryl has declined to be promoted, so I think that wraps up comment on that, Madam President. Thank you.
Perfect. So we are back on R34. Are there any questions or comments from other councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
So there's a motion and second by Councilor Grout for a due pass of R34. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. Opposed, same motion. Motion carries. And now we are on the final bill of the evening, which is Vice President Champagne, R36.
Thank you, Madam President. R2636 is adjusting the fiscal year 2026 operating appropriations for certain funds and programs. I make a motion for a due pass.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of R36 by Councilor Grout. Vice President Champagne to open.
Yes, ma'am. This bill proposes that you adjust the fiscal year of 2026 operating appropriations to provide $280,000 in additional funding to Bands of Enchantment, Route 66 Hispanic cultural events, and the Olga Kern International Piano Competition. This appropriation is supported through the transfer from the lodger's tax to the general fund and is allocated to the Department of Arts and Culture. Madam President, this was brought forth a little bit ago and was vetoed by the mayor. Sitting down with them instead of looking to override the veto, I actually sat down with his staff or some people from his staff and worked out some of the issues that they presented to me in regards to this. A couple of 3 hurdles that we had decided to go. And they presented it, so we adjusted it and came back to what this breaks down to. And what it basically breaks down to is $100,000 to go to finish out the Bands of Enchantment season, which we had talked about earlier. Then $100,000 to go toward a free outdoor music festival in downtown Albuquerque to help celebrate Route 66. As they did last year, the administration recognized that the Bands of Enchantment TV show was separate from that music festival, so we adjusted the amount there. The Route 66 cultural events, which is very important during this year and the 100-year anniversary for Route 66, so funding is $71,000 is going to that, and then the rest was going to Olga Kern International Competition, which brings in people internationally for this piano competition or this music competition. Which was reduced this year's budget, so we were trying to provide them with a little money so they can continue this. All of it, again, coming from the lodger's tax, which is designed to bring in visitors here, and all 4 of these events do bring visitors into the city. So.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Anyone signed up to speak?
Madam Chair, the 2 people that were signed up chose to speak on R17, so.
Okay, thank you. So, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one amendment. So I'll make for amendment number 1. That is on page 3, line 4, page 3, line 9, replaced with the following: Arts and Cultural Department community events for the $280,000. Basically, this amends the bill to appropriate the funds to the program level of the Department of Arts and Culture. This was one of the things that the administration had pointed out. This was one of the things that the administration pointed out, that it was a separation of powers by the money going to council services instead of where it should be going as the arts and culture, where it normally comes from. So I'm making the adjustment to that.
Before we move on, I just let the record reflect that Councilor Tejas has recused herself. Okay. So we have, was there a second to your floor amendment? There's a motion and a second by Councilor Baca for floor amendment number 1. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, same motion. That amendment passes unanimously, so we are back on the bill as amended. I'm not going to move the other amendment.
That's it?
I'm not going to move it.
Okay.
So, Councilor Champagne, Vice President Champagne, to close?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Again, this was in collaboration with the administration to make sure that we not only complete what this program does for the city, but then also address their concerns with the other money and where it was going to and how it was going to be distributed. So, like I said, this was a good collaboration between the administration and myself to make sure that not only do we get this program continued for season 6, but also, kind of help celebrate Route 66 and the importance of the Mother Road, of what we're doing. Ironically, it is season 6 of this event, and I found it very cool that it was season 6 on Route 66. So I really wanted to emphasize the fact of it being there, the outdoor festival, and then to be able to couple it with the Hispanic cultural events, and be able to help out the Olga Kern International Competition that, again, I got to attend that last year, and I was amazed that people were coming from Europe and all over the world to compete here in Albuquerque. So I urge your support.
Thank you. So we are back on R36 as amended. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So now we are under other business. So there's nothing else. No, I didn't move it after all. So there being no other business, there be no further business. This city council meeting is adjourned. We did it.